巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す夢の途切れ間に揺らいだ朝焼け消えたわけじゃない輝き見据えて熱を持つ体抱えて走れば昨日までのよどんだ目にさよなら立ち向かう勇気などなくても迎え撃つ覚悟を僕がなんだってなってそれでいいじゃないか僕らは巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す
It was muted. Hello, welcome in. Oh my gosh, ignore my hands. Hold on. I was too lazy to plug in my hands. I'm sorry. Yo, they're breaking so bad. Okay, let me just plug in my freaking hands. Hold on. Hold on, one sec. I didn't want to plug in my hands because we're gonna be here for a while. But they're like glitching out, bro. Stop. Welcome in, everyone. Let me see. Actually, you know what? Before I plug in my hands, let me see if I can just find a better way to do this. Stop moving your hands, please. Help. Oh, I have an idea. Mask. Upper half. Yeah. There. Welcome in. Yeah, nightmares, bro. Welcome in, everyone. While I try to figure out how to fix my freaking my hands, they need to stop doing what they're doing. How's everyone doing? Hello. We're doing our VTuber SummerSlam today. Yippee! Yippee! Let me. Can I get this so that it's? Oh gosh, this is even worse. I look like a. Oh my gosh! Someone help me! Ow! Not like that! Why am I like leaning over? Stop. uh, Thank you. It's SummerSlam time. That's right. Welcome to the summer. While I try to figure myself out, how are you guys doing today? I hope everyone's doing all right. We have several things happening today. So there's like, there's a lot happening. There's a lot happening. Help me. Here, wait, it's the peace sign. It's the peace sign like the VTuber SummerSlam peace sign. I don't know how to fix this, but we're doing our best. I hope you guys are doing well today. We have 2 things going on today. Hey, look, 2. Get it? VTuber SummerSlam 2. First of all, if I haven't mentioned it I'm getting dizzy. If I haven't mentioned it several times, we have the VTuber SummerSlam happening today. 2 days, the first day of 3. 3 days. Today, tomorrow, and, to shooting star. My brain died. Friday. There we go. Holy baloney. I have so much on my brain right now because I was trying to set up everything. I am so sorry. Oh God, what happened to my hand? Do you see that? Oh God. Please ignore the hand on my hand. Please ignore. Oh my gosh. So yeah, today, tomorrow, and Friday, we will be working on all of our stuff. Thank you, Miso. Also gotta drink something. Oh gosh, even when I stretch, it looks so cursed. It's so cursed. It makes me want to go back to my other model, but I don't want to plug in my hands today because I have, this is going to be a long stream. Why is it going to be a long stream? Because today is our animation challenge. And you guys already know, sorry, I'm like moving around a lot. You guys already know that our animation challenge, we have like a lot. Can I like make it so that you guys can't see the rest of my body? Because this looks really bad. Okay, there we go. Welcome in, see, I don't look as bad this way. Welcome in, everyone. We have our animation challenge today, and it's the VTuber SummerSlam, so that's why there is a lot going on right now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I fixed at least, I don't know why I'm leaning over. Why am I leaning over right now? The heck? Hold on. Can I fix that? I think that's what's mostly bothering me, and it's not even that bad, but it is. Oh, wait. I think I fixed it. Okay. Welcome in, though. Welcome in. Hello. Let's see. Beach episode. That's right. Reminds me of the 2nd episode we ever had, which is crazy. Hello. Welcome in, Maestro Reko. All my commands, trying to make commands. Ayo Kuni, Man Bear, Sick Ripper. Mika. Techno. Rim. Check. Did I say Miso already? Miso again if I already did. And Bone Marrow and Gray. It is nice to see you all. Holy baloney. And now you float. Am I floating? I guess I am. Could put what? Oh no, I think I completely. Oh, I thought I broke the model for a second there. Let's see. There. I'm sitting as much as it'll let me sit because of the physics. I don't know, this whole, I don't know what's going on with my other arm. What is that, my left arm? I feel like I'm like JoJo posing right now, but on a barrel. Hi, Jeannie. Welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well. This looks a lot more natural. This is very unnatural, but it looks a lot more natural than it did 2 seconds ago, so we're gonna stick with this. But yeah, so I have a lot going on. There is no Pomo today, no Pomo. Because we're doing our animation challenge, and this animation challenge, I didn't realize, but it is going to be probably my hardest challenge so far. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm scared. I don't want to fail. I have an easy mode, which is if I do the background stagnant, or I could do the background the way that the tutorial was all like, hey, you gotta do your background like this. And I'm like, oh god. So we were gonna, you hyped to see me do this? Oh man, I'm glad that makes fun of us. So we have a couple things to talk about before we start though, which most importantly is our VTuber SummerSlam. Heck yeah. So, if you guys don't know what VTuber SummerSlam is, it is basically a charity that that raises money for kids in hospitals. How do they raise money for kids in hospitals? I actually have a little video if you guys want to watch it real quickly. We'll watch it in just a moment though. It's powered by Gamers Outreach, and we have fun donations and incentives for today. Our goals for today? Did I say donations and incentives and goals? What the heck did I say? Our goals for today, our main goal is 500. Our aiming, and within the next 3 days, we are aiming for $500 USD. We have different milestones per each goal, all at 100. So as you can see in the chat, we have at 100, bring back Bean Boy. If you don't know what Bean Boy was right, our Maestro waiting room. That's when I used Bean Boy. Otherwise, if you have no idea, you can either go back into the VODs, or you could be surprised when we hit it. At 200, play Streamer Simulator. You all know... Sorry, I'm so distracted by my peace sign hand. You all know, what was it? Supermarket Simulator. It's basically that, but streamer. I get to pretend to be a streamer. On a simulating, oh my gosh. At 300, bring chat on a walk. As you guys know, every single day I go for a walk, roughly the same time. I don't know if I'll do it today though, because we have our animation challenge. But normally I go on a walk, so if we hit 300, I will take you guys on a walk with me. I will take you guys on a walk with me. Heck yeah, for one Pomo cycle though, not for the whole stream, just the Pomo cycle. I don't think I could walk for like 4 hours, not in my neighborhood. I'd have to actually drive out if I did it for like 4 hours. Also, I don't know if I have the battery life to record for 4 hours, or stream for 4 hours. At 400, a VR chat workout stream. We were talking about it. I really want to do it, so what the heck, why not? You know what I mean? So I put it on there. I do not have full body. I don't even have my VR right now, but when we do that, it'll be when I do get my VR back. A full workout stream. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Thank you again to Niche for, motivating me to work out lately. Heck yeah. And at 500, finally, I know a lot of you have been asking about it, so I put it up there. 500 is a just chatting stream about lore. Where would the money count for this? I'm glad you asked. Because that's our next, oh, sorry, I really like the song. That's our next subject. VTuber SummerSlam, powered by Gamers Outreach, is a foundation that raises money for children in hospitals. So here's a funky little video I'll play right now.
Spelly does art.
Dude, righteous.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world, enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually. We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners.
Almost every therapeutic gaming program in the country's backbone is the Gamers Outreach cart.
We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
And there you go. That is a short little information about it. But if you have any more questions, it is on the website for Gamers Outreach itself. But I can answer what I have. I had it open. I closed so many things because my PC is on fire right now. Yeet. But let me know. I could open it real fast though. But essentially, they're raising money for kids in hospitals, specifically so that they could have fun in hospitals, because I don't know how many people here have actually spent time in a hospital overnight or for multiple nights, but you probably know that it is freaking boring. So imagine being a child in a hospital and just sitting there all day with nothing to do except watch those freaking shows that are on the TV that, you know, they're kind of interesting for a while, but then it's like, eh. No, we're gonna give video games to kids in hospitals so they have something to do while they stay there for however long they have to stay and for whatever reason they are staying there. And that's why we do what we do. It's a big VTuber event, actually. A lot of VTubers are raising money for this. Heck yeah, heck yeah. We did it last year as well. If you guys remember from last year when we did it, this is the same, it's the same concept, just a new year. Sorry, I'm like... Okay. We also have... Oh, goodness. We also have incentives. I'm probably gonna go inside the barrel. Oh, no, it might actually break my legs. Maybe? Oh, maybe not. Oh, gosh! It did for like 2 seconds. Because this model has... oh, gosh, my hair. Oh, no. This model has really good physics with the world physics, which means, like, legit, if I try to put myself inside this barrel, I will actually, like, smush. It would be funny. I don't go through things. I don't go through things, believe it or not. We also have incentives, so on top of the goals that we have little incentives. If you click on that link for the donation link, it'll say all the incentives there. But they are also here in chat. $2 sticky notes. I actually donated $2 for myself for the sticky notes, so you can see it. Hold on, I have a thing. So you can see on the right of stream. Yes, on the... I know my left from my right. On the right of stream, you can see my name is on a sticky note. That is essentially what you would be getting. We have it over here. I handwrite all of the sticky notes. It is only one per person, though, so you can only get one sticky note per this charity event. Because I feel like if I did more than one, it would fill up my whole stream, and it would be nothing but sticky notes. At $5, you have 2 choices, actually. I decided between 2. You can either ask for a song. I do have a song list to pick from, but if there's a song that you think that I already know, you can ask, and I can try to sing that song. Or I could do 5 wall push-ups. Again, with the working out. We've been talking about working out a lot lately. I thought, you know what? This is the perfect time to add workout stuffs here. So, 5 wall push-ups, $5. That's $1 per wall push-up. Yeah, but I also mentioned that I want to get into doing knee push-ups. I'm just very bad at it, and I'm going to struggle bus very hard trying to do it. But at $10, it is 5 knee push-ups. A little pricier, but that's the price for me suffering. Unfortunately. Hi, Kroll. Yeah, I have my tummy today. At $20. Complimenting you. I will compliment you. Not just once, but like a lot. If you guys would like me to say really, really nice things, not that I don't normally, but if you guys would like me to say specifically very nice things about you on stream, there you go. Plus all the money goes towards the kids. $25. Oh my gosh. I was very resilient about this one, but my mods were like, you should add this. And I was like, $25 incentive is a freestyle rap. I used to have freestyle raps as, like 3 years ago. As, channel redeems. And let me tell you how much I did not enjoy doing that, so I got rid of them. But here you go. They are back as an incentive. So I will freestyle rap. I do not guarantee the quality of the rap. And last but not least, the one thing that I have trouble doing the most, at $50, I will compliment myself. I will say good things about myself, and I will talk nothing but good things about myself for a certain amount of time. I'm also going to take a drink because I keep getting dizzy. Help. And there you go. There is the splurge for today about everything. But I will have to say it 50 more times because I know people will have questions. So, let's see. We have some overlay stuff. At the very top of the stream, we have our dono goal. It's a little bar, and it fills up a little bit every single time a donation comes in, so I'm excited for that. I'm hoping the alerts show. Donation messages will not appear because I haven't figured out how, but if anyone knows how, I would love to know. It will appear on stream. Like, the donation itself will appear on stream. I cannot freaking figure out how to make it appear in chat, though. And that makes me really sad. But I can open... Let's see. I can open Tiltify, so I can read it myself. It will be in the Tiltify itself as well, as long as you don't make it anonymous. If you make it anonymous, then it won't... Like, at least your name won't be attached to it, but the... Ow? The message will appear. Okay, I have it open. Although I'm gonna have to pause this. Help. No. There we go. Okay. But yeah, I can't figure out how to get it to appear in chat itself. Again, if anyone happens to know, let me know. In fact, I could even email my person. But it will appear on stream. We have underneath that, you can see the current goal that we are going towards. Which for right now is the Bean Boy. Bring back the Bean Boy. Let me message, sorry for the super late question. Is there a way to allow donation messages to show up in the Twitch chat itself? There you go. I have asked. The funny part is they probably already answered the question, and I just, there's so much to set up, I was like, damn it. This is my fault. And last but not least, at the very bottom left, there's a QR. I think that would make things easy. Literally all you would do is scan the QR and it brings it right up to the donation page. But let me know, because I can also remove that if it doesn't seem as handy or useful. I thought it was a neat idea, but I also feel like a handful of people are watching from mobile, and I don't think you can scan a QR code, like, if you're literally watching from mobile. And if you're, like, I don't know. Just let me know. It might just be easier to have, because the link's already there. Hi, City Burrito. Dollars. Alright, but, alas, I'm probably going to use the bathroom really fast before we start, because I can feel it coming. And then, we will start the animation challenge, which is going to take a long time. Our animation subject today is Tricky, as you guys have voted in the Discord. So I'm excited for that. Sorry, I am going to put on one more video. I'm seeing which one's the longest, just so I can pee. Alright, I found the video that we're gonna play, so that I can go to the bathroom. Swimsuits Valley, that's right, because it's summer! VTuber Summer Slam! Let's go! Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then once the video's done, we will actually start our challenge. Okay. We're back, one sec.
He's had hard trials that I feel like a lot of people haven't really experienced. As a little kid, that's gotta be tough.
There's research to demonstrate that play helps healing time, it helps reduce length of stay, it allows them to thrive in an environment when they're faced with adversity.
The go-karts help make gaming possible inside hospitals. They're portable video game stations that are designed specifically to address the challenges in hospital environment. Each cart is equipped with a lift mechanism, a tray for medical equipment, a screen that tilts depending on a patient's situation, and the entire cart is manufactured with medical-grade plastics.
They forget about what's happening in that hospital room, as they can use it to distract from a painful procedure. They use it to make the day go by faster.
You've just challenged a driver.
Hello, I'm Megan.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Jordan.
I understand you have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I do as well.
Oh my gosh. Or a back brace, stuff like that.
That's pretty similar to me, actually. I have a backpack all the time with my feeding tube, along with metal braces and things. Oh, there's a corner. I suppose what helps me is to think there's other things about me, not just the fact that I have this condition.
That's awesome.
What a novel and brilliant idea. A kid cooped up in a hospital room and a cart comes rolling in with a console on it and you can play games. It's great.
The use of video and virtual reality software as therapy continues to gain momentum in the medical community.
If I'm not feeling good, I get on Xbox and it gets my mind off things. I've created a community of friends that I get on and I play with every night.
All right. And there you go. Oh, wait, I guess we can go over here now. We also have some beachy vibes today. Thank you so much to Manbear and Gray. Thank you, thank you. Heck yeah. Let me see. And thank you for the nice message, Gray. I do see the message, but like I said, for some reason it doesn't show up in chat, so I gotta set that up. Oh, I was like, I wonder why I can't see everything. It's because I'm not signed in to Tiltify right now. But I'll give you your stuffs. There we go. Now I can actually see everything. Now. All right, let's move over. I hope this button works. I am praying. Oh, I think it... No, it didn't work. Okay. That's okay, because I have to remove the background anyway. Oh, wait, it did work. Oh! Oh my gosh, I edited the wrong... I edited the wrong scene. Okay, we were on... we were on the scene the whole time. Is my mouth not moving? Oh gosh. There's like a lot of things showing up right now. Alright. Tested a couple things. Is my mouth really not moving that much? Also, Jack, thank you so much. Mouth is moving? Heck yeah. Alright. I knew we would have scuff in the beginning of this. It's a good thing I'm learning now. Let me remove this. Earlier, I'll tell you right now, earlier before I restarted my computer and everything, some things weren't working, and I was like, I guess I just have to let someone take the wheel, because this is not working for me. So that's why you're gonna see a couple scuffy things. But I completely forgot that this is, I edited everything on this scene. Oh gosh, my hands, bro. Can I put my hands over to the... Hold on, wait. Oh, no. Wait, what? What? Oh, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. I was like, why is this not... Ah, there we go. Oh my goodness. Yo. So the reason I have all this weirdness going on is because I wanted the keyboard. I wanted the keyboard today. Again. The reason why is because I didn't want to plug in my hands, because we're gonna be here for a long time and I don't want my PC exploding. So, let me turn on the keyboard. Let me turn on the pad, and there you go. And now we don't have to worry about the weird hand things going on, I hope. I feel kind of... I feel like I'm staring at you guys. Here we go. There. Oh. I am like hard staring at you guys. Full gremlin. Yeah, I was like, this is how I sit in real life. I just want to make sure I'm not sitting how I sit in real life. That's all. There we go. Now I just gotta move the keyboard and stuff. It's kind of working. Kind of. Team Sandy and who? There's Team Sandy, which is me, Team Shelly, and Team... You would think I'd pick Team Shelly, but Sandy all the way. And Team... I don't know who the third team was, I'll be honest. There you go. Oh God! Oh my God! That was terrifying. Terrifying experience. Please don't ever do that again. Please don't ever do that again. Please. I have a wife and kids. I don't want to die. Please. Oh God. I'll drink, I swear. Oh. Hi, Yummy. That was absolutely terrifying. Oh God, no! You guys, I'm gonna turn these off. Oh my God, no! Ah, this is terrifying! Please, please help me! Oh, my arm! You guys broke my arm! No, I don't know how to fix it either. You guys! Ow! This is not helping. My arm, my leg, my every... Oh, thank goodness, thank you. That helped a lot. Much better. You guys are insane. You want me... I don't know what to do. Let me give you your post-it notes, gang. Hold on. Hold on. Ow. Alright, let's make some sticky notes. Jeez. So we have 3? We have 3 sticky notes. Also, Gray, I didn't get to take a sneaky peeky, but if you would be so kind to tell me what else you got from it, because I was looking for where it shows. Is it here? Oh, wait, it says it. Okay. 2. Oh, sticky note and knee push-ups. Am I right? Oh my gosh, you want me to do knee... I got you, bro. I got you. Together, we will be strong. Alright. Let's see. Let's make some sticky notes, bro. Let's see. Man Bear is blue, so we're gonna make a blue sticky note. Jack is red. No, wait, Gray is, like a green blue. There. They're all gonna be, pastel. Oh, you can't even see that. They're all gonna be pastel sticky notes just because I don't really want dark sticky notes. I guess we could, but we'll do darks. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah. And Jack is red. Boop. So we have Man Bear. Man Bear, do you want me to just write Man Bear? Gray. And Jack. Okay. I don't know how to go back. Oh no, I got you. I can see it. I can see it. Yee. Now that I have the link open on my end. Oh, man. I didn't break the bottle at least? Yeah, the piano does not, yeah. Oh, I was so scared. I was, like, so broken. Hold on, let me take a drink real quick. Mystic Ripper. I'm glad, Gray. All right, I'm gonna do Man Bear. Today's gonna be a bit hectic just because we have this going on, and then we have our animation challenge, and of course I had to pick like the hardest animation challenge I could. So this is gonna get real chaotic today. Hope you guys don't mind. We got Gray. Let me lock these as I write it. And we got Jack. Jack. Oh gosh. Oh. My arms. Every time. Thank you for the hydrate. Alright. Oh, they fixed themselves. Hallelujah. And you should see them now. Oh, no. You should see them now. Yay! Now you guys can see the sticky notes. Yippee! Not doing that again. No, if I use my trackpad or I use my keyboard, it'll auto-fix the arms. I believe. Got to stay hydrated. The holy water. No, I swear I'm not possessed. And Gray, you wanted 5 knee push-ups. Oh my goodness. Drawing on the beach. That's right. We're drawing on the beach. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? I know you guys can't literally see it. It would be so cool. It would be so cool if you could see it, but you're gonna have to take my word for it. So here we go. Okay, knee push-ups. Oh my goodness. Wait, let me tie my hair back real quick. Hold on, I'm tying my hair back. Okay. Alright, here we go. 1. Man, that was an awful push-up though. I'll be honest. Oh gosh. 2. 3. 4. 5. 5 awful knee push-ups because I struggle bus so bad with knee push-ups. I don't think I went down to a full 90 degree. I'll be completely honest. I think I went down to like a 50, 45 degree. But I did it. Oh, I am in pain now. Wait, where did I put my gloves? Oh, here it is. Ooh. We'll do them too, why not? Yeah, do it. Do it. Do knee push-ups. When I do push-ups, you guys do push-ups if you want. Alright. Let's see. Why is my... Oh! Oh! You know what? I know why it's being a little wonky wonk with my mouth. And I don't know how to fix it, but I know why. And it essentially comes down to my mouth is not in hybrid mode, which means it's only tracking what I say and not my actual mouth movements. So it's like assuming what I'm saying right now, like based off of how my mouth should move. But on my other one, I had it in hybrid mode. Let me see. Did 5 normal push-ups? The head hurts. Oh my gosh, no. Drink some water. Let's see if I can figure out how to turn it back to hybrid mode. Hybrid mode basically means it'll look at both of my mouth, like my mouth with the, actually, theoretically, I could turn off my camera too. If I turn off my camera, she still moves around because I have that animation. Then I could turn my camera off. And this is gonna be like a 12-hour stream anyway, so maybe I'll do that. Oh my gosh. Hallelujah. Ah. Now you guys can't see me, oh, what the heck? Why is she down here, though? Ma'am? Ma'am? Okay, never mind. I'll turn my camera back on. When I have to turn my camera off, I'll turn my camera off. But for right now, I'll keep it on. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best way. Because the last time I did this, oh my gosh, things were... Oh, hello? Things were really breaking on my PC. And my PC lately has been, like, burning up. Because it's been hot. Understandably. Here, I'm going to show you guys something so you have something to look at while I'm trying to fix some stuff with my model. What can you look at? What can you look at? You want to look at... I would share the previous one I did, but Clip Studio can be a little wonk wonk. Oh my goodness, that scared me. Sick Ripper! Refresh that. Sick Ripper! Aw, man, it made them go away, though. Sick Ripper, thank you so much! I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Why did you have to make the things go away? I just wanted to get rid of the... It had like 3 or 2 or 3 things on it. I'm so sad now. Wait, maybe I can force them back. Thank you, Sick Ripper. It means a lot. Thank you, thank you. I'm seeing if there's a way that I can replay the donations so that they show up in the events list, but it doesn't look like there is in Tiltify. Oh. Oh, that's really nice. They have like a... Whoa, what happened? Okay. Sorry. I'm doing some background stuff so I can have everything set up and ready. Alright, it should be good now, though. It should be good. Hopefully. I know you guys have seen it so many times, but I'll show you the Cecilia. I really do like how that one came out. But you guys can look at this while I'm trying to figure out, the whole mouth thing. I guess it's not super important, but it's important to me. It's important to me. Alright, here's the lip stuff. Okay, wait. I think I got it. Yeah, now so if I open my mouth without saying anything, it still, like, opens her mouth. It wasn't doing that before. I could also have it like this, where it looks like, kind of like, like an anime. But no, since I'm 3D, I'll keep it smooth. Smoothy. Alright. It's a good thing before this, I actually did a little bit and gathered some freaking references, because holy baloney, would this have been hard otherwise? Sorry, I'm getting my layout. Okay. Hi, Gundorf. Hello. So we have the background, which is going to be moving. And we have the character that's going to be moving. Oh boy. Yeah, We're doing VTuber SummerSlam and we're doing an animation challenge today. I am... Oh boy. All right. So, this is gonna be... Oh! Okay, I will drink. Oh. This will be a bust shot. Bust? Let me get... Rosebell. Oh, wait. I don't know if that's the same, model, though. Poop. We'll do this one. I think this is click draws? Yeah. Oh! Oh gosh! Oh no! That scared me! Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Spelly! I'm your head Mr. Switch on Twitch, and I do art and animation. Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! I did not see it because everything broke for a second there. And I apologize. I'm still trying to figure out how to allow raid messages. I don't mind if raid messages are long, but sometimes we get really long messages and I'm like, I can't read all that. So right now we have a 200 character cap. So I apologize about the delete, but Shion, did I say that right? Shion Blue. Hello, welcome in. How was stream? What'd you do? Let me give you a shout out. And welcome in, Popcorn, Adder, on, shout out. Oh, typing is hard because my arms look broken. My arms are inside my chest. Oh, and Vinci, welcome in, y'all. Terry, yeah. Oh, if you want to share your art, I would love to take a sneaky peeky. We just started our own animation challenge. I see that you're also an animator. We just started our own animation challenge, but it's very rough right now. Aw, but I would love to take a sneaky peeky. Whenever you have a a link ready. Links are perfectly fine. And thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we were having some people, you know, they're not malicious or anything, but they were saying a lot. They were kind of posting like novels in chat, and I was like, I wasn't able to keep up with everything and to animate and stuff. So I was like, we're gonna add this 200 limit. And then I realized after, I think yesterday, someone had raided, and it, like, people were getting deleted. I was like, no, I didn't want raids to get deleted. I just didn't want people to write novels in chat. Oh, man. I felt bad. I was like, You're still learning? If you, whatever you want to send. If you want to send what you're working on today, or if you want to send something you finished, it's completely up to you. Yeah, I am also very, I'm in amateur. There we go. I am also amateur at the moment. But we all gotta start somewhere, you know? Yeah, absolutely. I would love to take a look. Heck yeah. Why do I remember this from a meme somewhere? What meme is this from? Uh-oh. Oh, was it because it's a Discord? Oh my gosh, it's the Discord link. I got it. Oh, this is so cute. Wait, I'll share. Why? Like I said, I want to figure out how to make it so that it allows for certain things, but not, I just basically don't want full novel. You know what I mean? It's hard when so many people are talking and there's just so much text. This is so cute. Aww. Is this for like a gift? Is it a commission, or just you wanted to draw it? Or is it your character? I actually don't know. Let me see. If I take a small sneaky peeky. Your character has blue hair though, right? I think. Based off the profile picture. Oh, it's so cute. Yeah. Welcome in, Soup. Aww. Just for fun, my character. Oh, do you have like a bunch of OCs? Or is this like your main OC? I'm so sorry. I ask a lot of questions. I don't mean to put you on the spot either. If you do have to raid and run because you gotta like eat, sleep, do whatever you gotta do, I completely understand. I just if you have to go, feel free to go because I talk a lot. I talk a lot when I start getting talking. Sometimes I get focused on the art as well. But thank you so much for sharing with us. I appreciate it. It's so cute, so cute. Sono has white. Your Sono has white hair, but your OC. Yeah. The OC I use to test outfits with. To be honest, it's adorable. It's adorable. So soft. You color very softly. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna poop because of the current setup we have. I think I'm gonna move the reference over here, but then you guys can't see it. Away for so long. But I don't want to like accidentally work and my head's in the way either. I could turn this on. That's a little better. A little bit. Oh, sorry. I'm like talking to myself too. But yeah, we're doing. Were you also doing the VTuber SummerSlam? Is that what's going on? You prefer game OSTs? I usually do comfy anime or Japanese songs, but today I put on a beach. I typed in beach playlist, so we're on a beach playlist. VTuber SummerSlam, let's go! That's so exciting! Heck yeah! I'm really excited. I'm really excited to participate this year. Oh, actually, random question. You don't, again, if you don't have to answer anything. But do you know? Do you know how to get it so when someone donates, it shows up in the chat? Really random question. You participated last year? I did. Starbound's OST's underrated. Oh man, all the really comfy, like there's Starbound, Stardew. Well, I guess underrated isn't the word with Stardew because I feel like Stardew Valley has a lot of good rep. Same with Animal Crossing, but I liked all the comfy songs from them. You tried, mine had broke. Okay, it's not just me. I'm like, I can't figure this out. I sent a message or an email to the rep, but I sent it so late. I was like, oh crap, I'm sending this indefinitely a lot. I should have had everything set up, but you know, It kept looping when you try to do it through streamer bot. Oh, poopy. Hi, Bunny. It's a lot better. Stardew's a lot better. No, it's true. They're tangentially related to Starbound. So it's the same publisher. Interesting. I wonder. I guess Stardew just really took off. It's because people don't like space when they should. Space is cool. Topic Q. Oh, thank you. This is our like. I never got to actually like fully make this one. I didn't put the blend shapes into the face for this one, but I can at least use it for the next 3 days for the SummerSlam. One day, I will have all of my outfits readily available for everyone. But until that day comes, yaga. Tricky, it is tricky! Heck yeah. Starbound's very atmospheric. They use... Oh, true! So is Starbound's also comfy though, if I remember correctly. I've never played it, but I listened to like some of those playlists that have a bunch of different OSTs on it. So I'm pretty sure Starbound has been on there several times. Casual exploration game, yeah. Hot cheese popcorn? What is hot cheese popcorn? Huh? I kind of want... So, she's going to be rotating around. And I kind of want to do it where... She rotates... I'm thinking about it. And then she, like, doesn't... She has, like... She gets a smirk on her face. So I don't want her to have a smirk or anything right now. But I'll give her a smirk as she rotates. Hold on. Yee. Are you sitting on the beach ball or something? I am sitting on, let's just call it a beach ball. Yeah. Made the Starbound comic? Really? That is so cool. What? I am trying not to think about how much I have to use the bathroom. I just started. You ever like just start something and you're like, oh. Or heck, here's a more relatable one. When you get super comfy in bed, but then you're like, well, now I have to get up. What is that? Oh, my alarm's going off. Now I have to get up because I really have to pee. Ugh. I feel like I just went to the bathroom too. All right, let me, I'm so sorry, gang. Let me go to the bathroom real fast because it's one of those days where I'm going to be peeing a lot. I'm sorry. Hold on, 1 second. Yeah. Oh gosh. Ignore the timer. There's no timer today. Okay. Much better. Yep. Grooving to the song, let's go. Yeah, we put on beach music today, whatever that means. Yeah, beach ball. For those, no, it's not. It's actually a barrel. Technically, we're sitting on a barrel, but it is not visible. Have a good laundry. Beer barrel? Uh-oh. Have a good work, bunny. You got this. Heck yeah. It's about that I feel bad that her... Do a barrel roll. It's about that I kind of feel bad that her... plot isn't in the scene. It will be. I guess I could move this a little bit. I feel like I've heard this song from somewhere. Shows up in memes? I think that's what it is. Hi, Dynamite. What's the animation you are challenging yourself to do? What are you having Tricky do? It is in the Discord, but if I open the Discord, give me one moment. It is called a Mawarikomi shot. There we go. Pronunciations! That's what it's called, at least in anime animation. It is also referred to as the rotating shot. There's another one, the dolly rotating shot? I don't know what the other names are for it. Ayo, Cody, please. We're for the kids today. Yeah, this will definitely be an interesting one today. For sure, for sure. I think I'm gonna make myself a little smaller. I feel like I'm too in the way. I do like enjoy being bigger, but now the sticky notes are on top of me. Okay. Hold on, wait. There you go. Oh, perfect. Now you guys can actually see everything over here for the most part. I was like, this is so weird. Beans. That's incredible to make a whole game by yourself. Yeesh. Is the animation challenge for us? Or did Tricky make the challenge? Wait, what? Wait, what was the question, Ace? The animation challenge. Okay. So if you guys don't know, or if you're new to the community, every month I do an animation challenge. The way it works is, on the Patreon, I'll give a poll of 9 different people. I can actually show you the poll since it's already done. Of 9 different people to vote from. Here's the 9 different people for this month that they got to vote from. And the top 3 make it to a poll of 3 people, which this month was Cinder, Lena, and Tricky. And that poll goes into the Discord announcements where everyone gets to vote. So if you're not in the Discord, that's probably why you might be missing out on it. But that's where the whole community gets to vote for who they would like to see animated for the challenge. The challenge is something I come up with as for something that I really want to do. So this is the challenge that I wanted to do, even though it's extremely hard. And you guys get to vote on the person that gets drawn. So Tricky is the winner of that poll. Here is... that poll. So Tricky was the winner of this one, and if I go to the Discord... here's that. Yeah, see? Bada boom, bada bing. And that's how that works, essentially. Yeah, it's a challenge for me to do. I think this is our 4th one so far. Because we did, the first one we ever did was Haruka, that was voted on. Then we did Onigiri, then we did Shy Lily, and now this is our 4th one. Yeah, this one's gonna be difficult. Hi Z, welcome in. Sorry if it's a little hard for me to read chat, because I have my chat You know what? Hi, Gamers Outreach. I have my chat on my other monitor. Let me move it to the correct monitor. That is the issue I have right now. Let me move it over a little bit. Yippee. Okay, I have moved it. Hello. How's it going today? How's everyone doing so far? What's our total? Wait, it's only, is it day 2 already? Or is it day, I actually don't know the first day it started. Okay, I have chat on my actual tablet now. This is technically today's my first day, but I know it's already been going. Dave Sandy hype. That's us. I have a turtle. I have a pet turtle named Sandy, so I was like, of course I have to represent. Of course I have to represent. You ever see Stardew skits? I have never Soup. I don't know much about Stardew or any of them. I just know they exist. Never played them though. Today's the first official day. Oh, today? Oh my gosh, because I was looking at the goals so far and I was like, oh, did we already have a... I didn't realize today was the first day. Holy crap. We're doing really well then. For the start. Was it a rule to have a summer outfit for your VTuber model? No. I just happened to have one from, like, years ago, so I was like, I'll just put this on. It's an older model, so it's not really, it doesn't have all the blend shapes as the other models, but it will do. It will make a do. For our purposes for the next 3 days. That's right, we're doing it for 3 days. 3 days in a row. No, for the SummerSlam. Yeah, wait, did I not answer the question? Yeah, the vibes. You should see at the beginning of the stream, we were at the beach. Actually, I think if I hit this button, you can... It looks kind of funky because now we're set up for drawing, but we're at the beach. So funky. I was inside a barrel. I have fun setting these things up. I just wish I had spent more time to set it up. I thought I would have enough time. I started yesterday, unfortunately. But you guys know, everyone knows how it is with schedules and trying to set things up. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. You know the voice? Very nice, very nice. So, small thing, I actually don't know what the back of her model looks like. And I don't think, does Tricky even have, okay. Remember when I said I got references? I did, but maybe I didn't get all of them. Does Tricky have a reference sheet? Reference sheet. Let's take a sneaky peeky. My neck. I slept incorrectly last night. I know she has a reference sheet for her old design. Oh wait, is this it? Kind of. It kind of is, but kind of isn't. I'll show you guys what I mean. This isn't her newest with the hair, but this at least has like the back and everything. I think I can work with this. Let me put it in my references. And see if I can find any other references. I feel like there's an easier way to find VTuber references of, like, you know, established VTubers, and I don't know what it is. If anyone happens to know, if there's a website where they just throw... Oh, you know what? Actually, they have the wiki. I don't know if the wiki has, like... Oh! Well, the wiki has this. It's, again, her older model, though. Aw. Yeah, oh wait. Oh. So when this model came out and was fully done and rigged, it was a video showcase. Oh, does she have long hair now? Boo-hoo-hoo. All right. Well, we will work with what we can work with. Let us see. I know she has her pigtails. Maybe she uses that a lot. So maybe I'll give her pigtails in this. Okay, I have a really good reference now. So her pigtails come out over here instead of here. Yay. Is song request turned on? I can turn it on. I can turn song request on. Song, one moment. As long as you guys keep it mellow. I don't want anything harsh. I still want my comfy calm vibes. Because I'm still feeling kind of like what we're listening to now. Song request is on now if you want to try it for it though. Alright, let's give her pigtails. Heck yeah. She actually doesn't have her headpiece on for a lot of these screenshots. Oh, thank you. Wait. Are her eyes? Oh. Yaga. Okay, y'all, say hi. I'm gonna take a screenshot for Twitter because I realized that I didn't make a tweet. And I will make one right now. Hi. And I have to actually grab the... There we go. There we go. Screenshot taken. Thank you. Although I realize now that the channel doesn't matter. So I've been talking to a friend lately about go live tweets because I normally don't make them. As you guys know if you follow my Twitter, and I was like, I don't know if it's worth making them, and my friend had basically said, you know, you could always make them when you go live and then delete them when you end, so you don't have to like worry about it clogging up your media tab or, you know, stuff like that. And I'm like, you know what? That's not a bad idea at all. So I think I'm gonna try doing that from now on. So we'll see. I'll let you guys know if anyone's curious about how any of that works. How it goes. Oops. Heck yeah. Oops, I clicked on the wrong button. And we're doing it. Let me know if the song request is working too. There we go. Welcome to being streamer status. Okay. Yippee! Oh, let me stretch. Uh-oh. That's a good idea. I was thinking about it, Ace. I was like, you know what? Normally I don't post it, but I think it's worth experimenting at least with. Struggling to find a song. No biggie here. Let me see. There's a new song that I really like to see if it works. What was it called though? Let's see. This song. I heard it yesterday for the first time and I really liked it. I just want to see if it works. Ah, okay, it is working. Here, I'll turn up the music for you guys. It's a good song. Oh, you found it! Congrats! Oh, right. I was like, why is this all off? That's why. there's a Pokemon. No. No, my love disc. No. No. Dang it. I missed my love disc, bro. It could have been a shiny. Yeah, my love disc, though. This is so sad. Alexa. Yeah. This has beachy vibes with the seagulls. I like this. Makes sense, makes sense. Thank you, Gray. I appreciate. I love that emote so much. Welcome in, sir. Hope you guys are ready for a long stream today. Oh my goodness. A long stream today. Heck yeah. Enjoying long streams like long summers. I can promise you guys are gonna get a lot of channel points today, at least. Oh goodness, I'm breaking! Help! Help me! Oh no. Crying. This is so sad. Nah, we're fine. It's all good. It's all good. What? What the heck? Oh my gosh, did someone request this or is this just on the playlist? Oh, you mean like the alien? No, not yet. I'm still keeping it down. Actually, this is supposed to be like... I love this song! What? Wow, 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 heck yeah. He said check the redeems. Oh, technically it's 4 redeems, but, you know. Yeah. You're on the right page. That's the important part. Isn't this song great? Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long. Bow, bow, bow. If you're going my way, I wanna drive it all night long. Great, great song. Totally not from Cars or anything. Oh. Life Life is a highway. I wanna ride all night long. Beach music? Apparently it is. Heck yeah. I can imagine. I can imagine. Going to the beach. Beaching it up. With this song. Hi Merp, thank you for the head pats. Aw, Merp. Welcome in. Ahoy! Here, I can give you a shout out just one moment. We don't have any mods on deck right now, but it's a longer stream, so it's a-okay.
Hey guys, I'm Pepperoni. I stream art and spooky games, and I'm here to tell you about how amazing Spelly is and how you should sub to her. Do it.
Thank you, Burp. How you doing? How was your... Oh my gosh, you had a long stream. If you have to sleep, go ahead. But I hope it was fun. Hope you got to do the things you would like to do. I know nothing about Elden Ring myself, but if you have fun, that's what matters to me. VIPs can shout out. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. You finished the DLC? Oh! Did it give you a satisfying ending? I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. Heck yeah. I'm actually gonna turn down, turn down for what? How's the stream coming along? We kind of started not too long ago. Oh no. We started not too long ago. Like, about, oh gosh, an hour and a half ago already? But I can definitely tell this is going to be a long stream. Long. Like that one dude with that gum. I'm looking for a setting right now. Oh, here it is. Onion skin settings. There we go. This going for 12? Probably longer. Probably longer. Let's bring this down to 15. There we go. Yeah, long man, that's the one. Hi, Marine Boy, how you doing today? Aw, sweetie, thank you. How you doing today? How you doing today, sweetie? Ooh. Ahoy! She's, oh gosh, she's moving. I don't think I'm drawing the right type of horns. I think I'll forego the horns because sometimes she has them and sometimes she doesn't. And yeah, say goodbye to the horns. Goodbye, horns. Gonna miss you. That will make my life a little easier. Stretch? Alright, I'll stretch. Oh gosh! Ah! Came back from hanging out with you, Gopher. Let's go! It's a good day. That sounds like a good day. Oh gosh, I look so broken. Okay, there we go. It is! It's Animation Challenge Day! A big challenge for today. It's gonna be quite a long one. So I had to get that really deep stretching. Oh! I almost deleted a subtool. What the heck? Don't do that. Listen, listen, listen. Sometimes you really gotta get that deep, deep stretching. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Deep stretching. Does it sometimes mean you gotta break your back? Sometimes. Depending on how you look at it, right? Think like a good stretch. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Is this still here? It's, definitely a day in terms of sketching. For me, at least. I appreciate you vibing along, though. Heck yeah. Let's see how far we can get with this. Don't mind me if I go like full focus also. Yeah, you guys already know. I just like to say it out loud for anyone that doesn't. But when we do stuff like this, sometimes I go full focus mode. Yeah. Hi, Hagabuga! Hagabuga. Oh, goodness. Oh, my back. I will drink right now. Wait. I'm almost out of my Rogue energy drink. Yow. Welcome in. Hello. Oh, no worries. Saga Sish? Sarah. Oh, Sarah. I will call you Sarah. Oh, my brain. Sarah, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I appreciate it. Oh, my alerts didn't go off, though. Interesting. What the heck? But I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing today, other than that? How are you doing today? How is Jack? How are they doing? Jack, aya. I appreciate you coming in nonetheless. It means a lot. Thank you for the save. Roro, how you doing? How am I doing? Oh, I'm doing pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. I'm excited. I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous because we're doing our animation challenge today. And it is a hella challenge. We're doing a rotating shot. As you can see, we have parts of it ready. Wait. We're doing a rotating shot today. So I'm a bit nervous for it, but so I'm looking at it now. Ugh. Thank you, Sega. Sega. Look at me go. Sarah. Hello? Where am I? Just goofing off. Let's go. It's fun, though. It's nice to just relax. So woo 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 woo. Awa awa.
Burby Mop.
Asobu, thank you so much for becoming a VIP here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. What? Ow, ow. Yeah, it's no worries, Roro. I feel it. I feel it. I hope you are also having a lovely, lovely day. Ooh, there's a Pokemon. Okay. It's no worries. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Woohoo! Yeah. Let them know I said hi. No, I'm doing really well today, Roro. I'm just, gonna try getting through this animation challenge. Thank you. go down that road. Ow, ow. Yippee! You know the trumpet of this song? Hi, Sleepy. Welcome in. Ah, Uncle Vito, you're so kind. Butterfree. Funny joke. No, I don't think I've used it in like 3 years. It's been a long time since I used this model. Welcome in, Crease. Just meet me in the middle. Oh. Oh, baby. Why don't you just meet me in the middle? Losing my mind, just a little. Meet me in the middle. A whole new computer. I could probably use a new computer one day. I thought about putting it on Throne, but I have no idea the parts I would even need for a new computer. Not yet. But it's been burning up. So I'm like, oh, jeez. I don't even know what that means. I only know, like, sizes. Like, full tower, half tower, and stuff. Oh, goodness. I'm not sure this is the same comfy vibes I was thinking of. Yeah, sorry, Asobu. I'm looking for comfy vibes today. Comfy. Or beachy vibes if you guys want summer music or beachy. Yeah, I might just switch back to the anime, but I do enjoy, like, some of these, I don't know, there's like an instrument. It's that instrument you guys hear right now. It's like, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Is it just a guitar? Really nice instrument. And the cozy music with it is really nice. It's a guitar, yeah, with an effect. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very beach-like. I like it. Songs like, oh my gosh, you know what would be really cool? Songs from, this sounds really, songs from, they're not really beachy. What's that game called? Oh, I didn't even realize that you guys couldn't even really see it. You know what? I'm gonna put something over here. Because that kind of sucks that you guys can't see all that. What's that called? Life is Strange. That's the one. There you go. I know you guys aren't really supposed to be able to see it, but at least it makes it so that I'm not gonna be drawing like over here. The song I can't seem to remember the title, but it's Ocean Based. Ocean Man, take me by the hand. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually kind of really glad Tricky doesn't have a lot of clothes. That makes it a little easier. Yeah. Ocean Man. Oh, remember that one Pokemon song? Vacation's where I wanna be. That one's a good one too. That reminds me of the beach because vacation stuff. Oh. Ooh. I like this. Definitely not biased. Ugh. The hardest of today's challenge, honestly, probably the background. So I'm trying to figure if I want to attempt the background or if I want to forego the background and just have a spinning thing. Because that's hard for me already to do within like one stream. I'm on the fence. Depends. What I could also do is make a static background that doesn't have like a lot of perspective. It might look a little off with the shot, but at least it's a background. That's like an in-between between doing it without a background and doing it with like the full-blown freaking hard background. Ugh. guys, how's it going? They're doing beach music today. Yeah. I didn't think about the background, but it brings. Oh yeah, I'm like, backgrounds. Ugh. Happy Slam! Happy VTuber Summer Slam! Oh gosh, what? That's no worries. I might have to pee in again. Again. I'm like, what the heck? My body? Hi, Zero. Welcome in. I'm never good at smirking faces. I'll probably fix the mouth later, but not feeling the mouth at all. Mellow. Stretch. Alright, I'll stretch. Oh gosh! I look up and I'm just broken, bro. Okay. My neck, will say I slept on my neck wrong, so my neck really hurts. Cease. I feel like Tricky normally looks smug, which is why I want the ending of this to be where she looks smug, but I gotta look up some references of smug mouths in the anime style. Cause that looks awful, bro. What the heck? I'll figure it out though. Welcome in, Voxty! Hello! We're doing a VTuber SummerSlam today. VTuber SummerSlam is a charity to raise money for kids in hospitals. Otherwise, we're also doing our animation challenge today. Oh, yeah. I don't know how to explain that. Warudo things. If I wanted to fix it, I'd have to turn off the keyboard and mouse. And if I did that, I'd have to turn on my hands, and I really don't feel like turning on my hands today. Making sounds unknown to mankind. I wonder if that's why she chose the model that she did. Because of the sounds. It makes sense. Oh. Whee! Thank you, Isaac. Yeah, raising kids for raising kids for the money. Yep, raising money for the kids. Where am I? I'm so in focus mode right now. Yeah. We don't need hands to draw. We do that with our feet. I'm sorry, what? Take me by the hand, lead me to the land. Don't you understand? I like this song. Ocean moon. Burst of a land. Ocean man. I blame SpongeBob. Is it great? No, no, sweetie. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in forever. The SpongeBob one, but. No, I draw with my hands. I like Ocean Man. Why don't you guys like Ocean Man? Oh, Ocean Man. I don't know the words other than that. There's gonna be another movie? Is there really? No way. Nuh-uh. What? You avoid drawing feet? I don't know how to draw feet. What? What the heck? What? What is this? Oh, whoa, Isaac. Hello? My animation. I'm just animating. Already, bro. That scared me. Okay. Oh no. Oh man. Wait, what am I, Isaac? Oh man. I feel dizzy. Hold on, let me grab some water. No, you get back here, Isaac! You're not allowed to leave! Oh, man. Holy baloney. Alright. Where do I start? Oh, my God. Where do I start? Alright. Isaac, thank you so heckin' much. What a great song. You just completed, that was our goal for the next 3 days. How many goals? Every goal, bro. They're all gone. There's no more goals. Oh God, I'm breaking. No, I wasn't ready. Oh God, oh my stomach. Oh goodness, holy crap. That looked painful. Please, no more. All right. Goodness. Yeah, I could do that in real life too. No, gosh. All right. Well, shoot. Oh gosh. I already have to pee, bro. That scared me. I have to pee. I'm sorry. I'm like. My hair is cutting off my neck right now. There we go. Okay, I'm like... Okay. Isaac, thank you so much for all of that. I don't know if you want me to say... I mean, it says it on stream, so... But... we have a couple things that we have to do. So you want me to just compliment myself? You know what? Oh my goodness. I guess I should compliment myself for the next 3 days, huh? Oh no, you got more. Oh, why did it only say compliment myself? Holy baloney. Oh, because I'm on the wrong screen. Wait, hold on. Let me go back. I was like, why can't I actually see everything? I was on a different screen. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Alright. Let me know how you want it divvied, Isaac. However you want, honestly. Yeah, you could still... Well, listen. The whole point of the donations is for the kids. It's all for the kids. So, you know, the more the better. The more the merrier. I'll raise the goal, but we need to talk about... Who requested rocket power? We need to talk about stretch goals. I literally did not make any stretch goals. The only thing that I made was a target. And the target basically says, if we finish all the goals on day 1, as we did, then I would do a fan art of the Academy OC of Chat's Choice. So you guys get to pick the Academy OC we do. But there's so much. I don't even know how to go through everything. Certainly not what I said. Oh yeah. Good song, but not quite the right song. How do I even start? Yeah, like I said, Isaac, let me know exactly how you want it broken down and I'm ready. Otherwise, I will raise the goal now, but now we gotta think about stretch goals. What do you guys want for stretch goals? I didn't think we'd get this far. Alright, I'll raise it to 1,000 now. I did not... How did we get here? Alright. Stretch goals. Oh man, here. Can I show you? I can show you guys this, right? Alright. Oh my goodness. You guys, you're crazy. Isaac, you're crazy, bro. But I really hella appreciate it. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, it is for the kids. It is for the kids, and that's what means a lot. I hope we're doing beachy songs, right? Chill vibe beachy songs for song requests. Start from the top. All right. So these are our current ones. We just filled out all of them. We need to figure out a goal for... We technically hit 6... Oh my gosh. Isaac! You don't even know what the incentives were? Here you go. Those were the incentives, and these were the goals. Now I gotta change the goals. Oh, man. Buff spelling model. I don't know if I could make that. I mean, theoretically, in theory, I could. Tokyo VTuber walking stream. Honestly, that sounds like a lot of fun. Community game night. We could do that. You like tax returns? What are tax returns? What? Oh, you mean in general tax returns? Huh? Let's see. Draw Spelly? If Buff Puff exists, then Buff Spelly can exist. No, I mean with my in Vroid. If I can do it in Vroid, then I can do it. Okay. I'm perfectly down for a community night since we already hit it. Community... Do you want a community game night or community art night? Manaphy model stream? I don't have a Manaphy model. For doing charity donations, getting a tax return. Ah. I see. Yes. Yeah, we will have a lore stream. We will have a lore stream. We still have to do our roleplay stream. It's getting set up right now. I'm working with the mods to set it up. But we still have to do our roleplay stream from our birthday. Oh, man. Either or. Okay, so I'll do community game / art night. And what it'll be is we'll figure it out as the time comes. Because it won't be... Obviously, it won't be this month. It'll be next month, but... So we'll pick whichever one we want at that point. Okay, and then we have 700. So we need one for 700, 800, and 900. I am absolutely down. Someone had said Tokyo, Manbear said Tokyo VTuber, Tokyo walking stream. Is anyone else down for that as well? I am down if anyone else is, because I remember we did something similar during the birthday donathon, but it wasn't planned. It was very not planned. A spelly fish. Buff Spelly took Gundorf. Do you know if Warudo or not Warudo? Oh wait, never mind. Because I was thinking VTuber models, but not Warudo. If Vroid can make me buff. Raise his hand. Yeah. VR headset required? Technically no, but I can do that as well. I could absolutely do that as well. But no, the walking one was where we were just hanging out and I was walking, kind of fun time. All right, I'll add it. I'll add it. So we need 3 more. Also, raise his hand. Thank you so much. Buff Spelly. You guys really want Buff Spelly? Do you guys really want Buff Spelly? Let me know. I'm like 99% sure I can do that in Vroid. If I can't, we'll exchange it for something. But I'm 99% sure I can do it in Vroid. Here, I'll look it up real quick. It says that it's... Maybe? I'm getting mixed... Because some people say that it's possible if you draw it on, and I'm like, I was thinking, like, straight up JoJo's, though. I don't think I can do JoJo's with Vroid. Yeah, I don't know how I would do it with Vroid. Unless someone else knows if you could do buff muscles in Vroid. Like I said, JoJo buff. I can't edit the texture, but I can't edit, like, the thickness, then. Buff Spelly arc. Are you sitting on a yoga ball? Sliding around? You thought it was a possibility? Basically. I'm basically on a yoga ball. I'm actually on a barrel. To be 100%. I think I'm inside the barrel at this point. Yeah, I'm inside a barrel. Oh, goodness. But, yeah, we'll say yoga ball is as close as it gets. Welcome in, Beto art? You found a tutorial? It looks pretty buff. All right, Gundorf. If Gundorf says it's possible, then we'll add it. We'll add it. But that's at 800. 900 and 1,000. Oh, my God. I can't believe you guys... Isaac... I didn't even, I'm serious when I say I was not thinking that, we would be here. And here we are. You do it based off the body and face editors. Good. That's good. Community banner drawing? What would a community banner be? You are gonna lurk for real though? Okay. Isaac! You better get back here though. We're gonna be streaming for a while. I have to pee. We're gonna be streaming for a while though, so I hope you have a wonderful day at work. I actually like this song. What would a community banner drawing be like? Sorry, I'm trying to get it so her hand isn't inside the keyboard, bro. I'm trying to think too, because again, I didn't know. Here, I do have some incentives that I put into, or not incentives, goals. I put into mod chat. I have too many of them for our next charity stream, which is next month. I could roll them over here if you guys like the idea of them. People draw in the style and redeem them to be on their banner. To be on the banner? Like, people draw in their style or redeem them to be on the banner. What? Wait, what banner? Banner for what? Here are some of the goal ideas I wrote down for the next charity stream we do, so I can roll some of them over. We have unlock a weekend stream, so I would stream on the weekend. I want to create and auction my first ever design, where basically we create a design on stream and then we sell it. And I know it sounds really dumb, but I've always wanted to sell a design where it's like, hey, I made this design and someone turns it into a VTuber, or maybe they just use it for their OC, but I get to watch someone bring life to it. And all I did was create it and design it, or we do it together on stream. but I get to sell it, and then someone gets to bring it to life, and I've always wanted to do that. I wanted to try. Play a chat controls my game. Turtle cam stream, where you guys get to see my turtle all day, hopefully. Record for an art tutorial live on stream. Have an extra day of the charity stream. So, for example, I'm only streaming today, tomorrow, and Friday, but I could add Saturday on if we hit that goal. Setting up another art collab, the way we did like Piffle and Miffy's. Swear jar for an hour, but instead of swearing, it's using Control Z. So every time I Control Z, I have to put $1 towards the charity. Art of chat's choice for one stream, so you guys get to decide what I draw beforehand, and then I'll draw it on stream. Reading Has-Been Hotel fanfics. or community jigsaw puzzle night. I always wanted to do one. I saw Osho doing one the other day, and I was like, oh, I really want to do that. So those are the ones that I had written down for in general. If any of those piqued your interest, let me know, and I'll start writing them down for this one, for our stretch goals. Oh my goodness. You know, like a Twitch banner? Oh, I think it's a neat idea, but I don't know if I want to keep changing my Twitch banner, let alone let it be like a redeem or something. I think it's a neat idea. Maybe if I did it for like, instead of a Twitch banner, because no one really sees the Twitch banner, maybe if I did it for the profile picture, but I only did it for a certain amount of time, if that makes sense. But I don't think I would do it for such a high goal. I feel like the goal is so high now. It has to be something worth raising up to $900, you know what I mean? Rather than like just change my profile picture, if that makes sense. Remember the last time we did? No, don't worry. It'll be we as in I'm designing it, and you guys can say whatever you want, but I'm designing it. And if you guys suggest something cool, I'll add it. There you go. That's the, yeah. We design it. You know what I mean? We. Has-Been Hotel fanfic. Try to find the wildest ones, you guys. Oh gosh. And when become your Twitch banner, it's just a group art. Oh. So just like a community art night, but I could do the Has-Been Hotel fanfic. That's so cringe. Has-Been Hotel. Of course, I'll have to keep it somewhat appropriate. I'm sure they have. Oh my gosh. Has-Been Hotel. Reading it live on stream. You guys are gonna make me cringe so hard. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be wild. I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it, bro. Oh no. And then for 1,000. So something that's worth hitting 1,000. Oh, we could cringe together. I'm gonna... let's see. So we could either do the auctioning, like the creating the design and auction. What do I feel like is worth? The swear jar, where, every time I use Control Z, I put $1 towards charity. What's another? Recording an art tutorial live on stream, the turtle cam, any one of them, really. You donate a specified amount to the charity? Yes. Yeah. So, like, for example, if we hit that goal for an hour, every time I hit Control Z, it'll have a counter. And whatever the number says at the end of the hour of the counter, I will donate, personally, I'll take that and donate that amount to the charity that we're raising money towards. So for today, or for this charity, it is the VTuber SummerSlam. It would be for Gamers Outreach. Yeah. Don't forget Hell of a Boss fanfic. Oh no, no. Oh no. You've only ever written one fanfic, and it was Bleach? Aw, man. No, the goal is that you donate an amount of money. Wait. Oh, I see what you mean. I can. Keep in mind, I don't see any of this money, so it would be coming out of my Twitch funds right now. If no one has... I'm gonna do the design then. I kind of really want to do that, though. You know what? I'll do the turtle cam stream. And the reason I'll do the turtle cam stream is because I have no idea how I would even set that up. So if I put it, if I put it at 1,000, then I think that would be good. And that what that means is basically for an entire stream, I'll have Sandy, my turtle, be our on our camera. No clue how I would set that up though. But there you go. They are officially here. Oh my goodness. You guys, I'm so dizzy. I'm dizzy because I'm spinning. Oh. You're skipping layers. Why are you skipping layers? That doesn't really fit into the beach vibes. Neither does this. What are you guys doing? Oh gosh. Oh no, I broke my back. Summer outfits. Oh, you know, it's really funny you... Honestly, Gray, that is a really good idea. It's funny you say that because I've been thinking about doing, You know what, Gray? That is a really good idea. Ugh, I'm dying. I'm gonna... You guys won't even know. I'm gonna change that. That goal at the very top. If I can. I think I can. I'm gonna really quick change that to summer outfits for every, Academy OC. Oops, I clicked on the wrong one. That means everyone, I mean, obviously Spelly has hers, kind of. She has a beach outfit. I wouldn't call it necessarily a summer outfit. Like, I'm not gonna, Spelly's not gonna wear this everywhere she goes. But it is kind of summery in the very least. Okay, wait, you guys didn't see that turtle cam? You didn't see that. Summer outfits for every Academy OC that we currently have. Boom, it is done. That's gonna be a lot of work. We'll see when we get there though. Even the fish, I don't think it's gonna change, but I'll just draw fish. And it'll be like, hey, summer. And it's like, fish didn't even change. Summer. Alright, yeah, everything's broken. I can't see anymore. Ayo, Cody. You want to update the summer wear for Spelly? Honestly, that's probably a good idea. That's probably a good idea, Gray. I have to pee. New summer outfit, that's right. New summer outfit for Kin, too. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back. Enjoy the spinning that we have so far done, but I need to potty, so we're gonna potty. Okay, we're back. Oh gosh, I stepped on my ankle. Help. There's a song. I don't know if it's on Spotify, but let me see. Yes, it's a remix version of it, but I'll take it. Is she worried in the animation or crying? So she has, firstly, she has like a thing underneath her eye, which is what that is. On her left eye, our right side. And she's basically, I was thinking that she looks like maybe concerned, maybe like maybe she's facing something that she's worried about, but then as she turns around, she's like, she's smuggy. I'm not entirely sure yet. I gotta really fix the smuggy face. I do not like it at all, but we'll get there when we get there. Yeah, it was for, oh no, I don't think the song was for the Pokemon short. I'm not sure. I know it's in it, but I don't know if it was made for it. It's so beautiful though. Oh, hold on. My cushion needs to move back a little bit so I can move my chair forward so I can sit back against, put my back against the chair. There we go. Oh, comfy. Look at me, I'm happy. Oh wait, there's a crap ton of stuff I have to do. Oh my gosh. Okay, firstly, let me put Isaac's name on a sticky. On a sticky. I'm sitting here like, yeah, time to get back to art. Here it is. My sticky notes. I'm gonna put Isaac right next to me. Oh. I think that's roughly around here somewhere. Somewhere around here. I asked Isaac, I did. I think he just wanted the base stuff, but... Correct me if I'm wrong. Hiya, Cheery! Welcome in! I'm gonna make it Miku blue, and then green for Snake. Giga Chad. I did my best. Okay, good job. But, how you doing today, Cheery? Don't do it. And there it is. Look at that. Here, actually, I'll move it over just a little bit. Just a tiny. I'll move it there. There we go. Ah! Yay! Right. Okay. What are all the things that we gotta do now? It says... Oh no. Compliment myself. I said to make up for all of the rest of the incentives, I would compliment myself for the rest of the charity event. So I cannot talk bad about myself. If I do, yell at me. I am not allowed to say anything bad. That means I can't say my art sucks. I can't say, you know, oh man, I'm so bad at this. I can do none of that. And you guys have full permission to yell at me if I do. I wonder if I could set up like a counter for that. Oh, I can. And I know that because I did it with the VIP command recently. Alright, check this out. count. What's a good angry emote? Oh, perfect. And you know what? I'll tell you, I'll give you even a little bit more. For every time I say something bad about myself, especially because that's part of the incentive. Here, I'll actually show you what I mean. All right, let's see if this works. Are you guys ready? Oh wait, actually, before I do that, let me give it a really small cooldown. That way, if like multiple people wanted to use it on accident, I'll give it 1 minute cooldown. Just so, because I don't think I'd say something. Okay, so I'm gonna say something. Let's see. I am a bad artist. If I do something like that, you guys can type exclamation point bad, and now you guys can see exactly what it means to me. No, I already did it. Guys, I already did it. You don't have to, you only have to do it once. Nah, stream lag. I got you. I kind of want to see. I hope this works if I do it like this. Who is Runic? Who is that? Huh? Just testing. That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, that's why I also put, that's honestly why I put a minute counter on there. So that way, my brain just like derped. That way, in case people accidentally like do it together in a row, it has like that little cooldown. Heck yeah. Okay, that's my gift to Gamers Outreach with the VTuber SummerSlam. Is that, thank you Isaac again for that heckin' hella donation for VTuber SummerSlam. And since I'm only gonna do a little bit of all the other ones, like I'm only gonna do 5 knee push-ups, only gonna do 5 wall push-ups, I will give back. Isaac, that's right. I will give back. Every time, so I gotta talk good things about myself. I'm not allowed to say anything bad about myself. Next up, sing a song. What song do you guys want to hear? Do I have my song list, or feel free to pick a song from the song list. Let me make sure it's ow. Jack! Hi, Jack. Feel free to pick a song from the song list. Just let me know. Sticky note, I gave Isaac's right above my head. Wall push-ups and knee push-ups, and I have to compliment Isaac. That will be easy. Alright, let me do wall push-ups. Oh, Jack!
I'm Jack. Hey,
can you guys hear him?
Digital artist. Wow, cuties.
Were you guys able to hear him? Piano help, thank you. I don't like how this thing looks, would be something bad. It depends on, it really just depends on it, if that makes sense. Like, if I'm saying it like, I don't like how this looks, so I'm gonna fix it, that's not bad. But if I say something like, I don't like how this looks, it sucks, then that would be the bad. Okay. It's like listening to the music. Okay, let me go do my push-ups now. Context specific, exactly. Kind of like social cues. Okay. Jack, we're gonna do 5 push-ups, 5 wall push-ups, or technically 10 push-ups. 5 wall push-ups and 5 knee push-ups. It's so hard for me to do. Let me do wall first. No, I'm gonna do the knee push-ups first so I can get them out of the way. Hold on. Let me do the knee push-ups first. Okay. Oh gosh. 1. Hold on. Gosh. 2. Oh, I can't do it. 3. I can't do it. It's too hard. count that last one because that last one I barely went down. It's so hard. I can't do knee push-ups yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Okay, let me go do the wall push-ups now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, I can do wall push-ups really easily. Man. I can do wall push-ups really easily. Song request should be turned on. This guy, Eric. I don't know why that's going, they're both going off, but this guy, Eric, thank you so much. What? Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate. Sorry, I was doing push-ups. Song request is turned on if you would like, Marine Boy. I'm like so out of. Oh man, this is not even what I was thinking. I'm waiting to see if it picks up in terms of... This is not what I was thinking in terms of the song, though. Oh, that's right, I have Poke Gifts. Wait, I have some too. Oh, I was gonna do me first. Yeah! I'm gonna skip that. I don't know. Oh, this is a good song. I guess they don't have the song on Spotify, which is kind of sad. They do have the graduation one, which is sad, but sad song. Well, depends on how you see it, but. Yeah, I'm double checking, but it's not on Spotify. That's okay. I'll just put on the graduation song so we can all be sad. Oh God, what happened to me? What's happening? Oh no! Welcome in, Raiders. Sorry that I still have to figure out how to fix my Streamlabs bot. I'm your head Mr. Switch on Twitch. And I do art and animation. Thank you again so much for the raid. Welcome in. What's up? What were you doing? Yee. Hello. Sorry, we had like a really big donation, and I was like, oh, I gotta do a lot of incentives, so we've been running around doing them. So if you see me like spazzing out, that might be why. It's me, guys. Help. Shizu, thank you so heckin' much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And sorry again for... Look, I just don't want people to type novels in my chat anymore. It's been happening a little too much, and I was like, so I put a 200 character limit for messages, which sucks because when people raid, obviously, I'm perfectly fine with the spam from the raid because it's just a raid message, and it shouldn't be deleted, but I gotta figure out how to fix it so that it's okay with raids, but it's not okay when, you know... when we're all trying to chill and have a conversation, and then some people put novels in the chat. I'm like, I can't read all that. I'm sorry. You get like we have a Discord, and the Discord is perfect for long messages. Perfect. But eventually, I'll figure out how to do it. Fix it for raids. Also, we just got ads. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, the VTuber Summer Slam's been going really well. Thank you for the shout out. Phoenix, right? I do not know if, oops. I don't know if Shizu can hear me, but if you can. It's been going really well. It's gonna be a very long stream today. Because I'm doing an animation challenge today where I have to animate this and finish it completely. So we'll be working on that for a hot minute. I hope it went really well for you. Feel free to let us know how it went if you would like to. Or just in general how your stream went. Let me know. Let me know. If you could hear me. Oh. I welcome welcome in. Sorry again about the whole character limit. I gotta figure out how to make it so it works through raids, but not through other means. Running through the first Phoenix Wright game for the first time. Oh! Oh, that's really nice. Holy crap. I've played, I did not play them on stream, but I played through the first 3 games? Or was it just the first one? I actually do not know. But I'm really excited for you. Heck yeah. Are you gonna play all of them, or are you just doing just this one in particular? Man. Do you like games like, I guess, mystery... I want to say Danganronpa, nunnery games. Somnium Files is probably my favorite out of all of them. Ghost Trick, those types of oh gosh, my back! Thank you, I will drink right now. You wanna play Somnium? Oh my gosh, it's my favorite! It's my favorite! Oh, I wanna watch when you play Somnium! Yeah, ignore the back. I wanna watch when you play Somnium! Heck yes! Ah, that's so cool! Sorry. Oh, man. Here you go. Wait. I gave you a follow so I can see. I'm gonna... Oh my gosh, that is so cool. Sorry, I am a huge fan of Somnium Files. Focus on the first game? Oh, I hope you have a really great time with the first game. In Shizu! Oh, you got 2 things. Firstly, Shizu, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the... Oh god, my back! Club member at the clubhouse, and you also got an ultra rare! There's our ultra rare. Oh gosh, I like contorted, bro. Oh, my hair. Sunbear, what are you doing to me? Sunbear, please. Hello, Raiders, my name is Belly! I am your headmistress witch on Twitch, and I do art and animation, and we're doing a huge animation challenge today. Thank you again so much for the raid, Sunbear! Hurrah! Welcome in, welcome in. Hold on, I wanted to restart this song because I really like Lilo and Stitch, so... Hello, Elite, and Sunbear, how are you doing today? How was your stream? I saw that you beat the cat yesterday, because I was lurking. Oh, so what were you doing today then? And yeah, the UR, when you pull a UR on the follow, or I guess there's other ways to do it, on alert. It's 1 whole free month of Patreon. You do not need to take it if you do not want, but if you want it, the offer is there, and you can also give it away if you would prefer. It's entirely up to you. I don't want to pressure anyone to like, yeah, now you gotta join my stuff for free. You know what I mean? It's entirely up to you. But you pulled it, so I give you the offer. Heck yeah. Ah, that's the best not to log out. Ah, that's fair. That's fair, Sunbear. I'm good. MVP, did you get anything good today? Yeah? Did you get it again? No, it was, Shinzu. Shinzu got it on follow. Thank you again. Thank you again so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse, Shinzu. Sorry, I was like in the middle of saying that, and then Sunbear came and brought his bear brigade. I had to say it. I had to say bear brigade. Oh no, I said it right the first time. Hold on. Bear Brigade. I said that right? Oh, I love this song. Bear Brigade. Yo, Sunbear. I hope it was great though. It's good. I don't know how the ultra works. Entirely. If you join the Discord and you would like the UR, essentially what it is I will give you a role in the Discord where only Patreons can see it. It lets you see all the works in progress. So for example, this is what we're working on right now. I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna throw it into the Patreon right now. So anyone that can and has access to it can see what we're working on stream. I mean, you guys can see it on stream, but you can't see it as a file. That's for Patreons only. I'll do it right now. Once I find it, here it is. Yeah. MVP farming. Gonna do some errands. Thank you again so much for that raid, Sunbear and Shizu. Thank you both for the raids. If either of you, I mean, Sunbear said he had to go, but if either of you have to do any post-stream self-care, I completely understand. Sorry if I held you captive longer. I get too excited. I start talking about everything, bro. Oh yeah, and then we have Man Bear Zach. Look, he finally changed his name back to Man Bear Zach. Now we got 2 bears. Bear. We bears. No, that's 3. No, that's 3 bears though. We need 1 more bear. I'm still looking at the list. The last thing that we had to do was complimenting Isaac. Isaac, you beautiful soul. Isaac, thank you again so much for that heckin' donation for the kids. It means a lot. I actually have your thing. You know, it's funny because complimenting you is wonderful, but I also complimented you in the postcard from the last event we had. So, Isaac, you are just such a nice person. Isaac, I really appreciate everything that you do. And it's more than just the donations, too. Isaac, if you guys didn't know, is a moderator over on our gaming channel now. Who requested this? Okay, you guys are lucky. It's not beach-themed at all, but I do like this song. You guys are lucky. Isaac is a mod on our gaming channel, and he helps out a lot over there. I mean, we've only done 1 stream, but he does help out a lot over there too, and I really do appreciate it. So, thank you so much again to Isaac. Yee. The donation noise, it's from, oh, take a guess. I'm not even gonna tell you, take a guess. Marine Boy, thank you so much for your donation. I will give you your sticky note right now. Right now. Beach themed. Any seasonal song is beach themed in Florida. No. Stay on brand, Man Bear. Stay on brand. Let's see. Where do we want to put your name? I also just realized that the sticky notes are underneath. There we go. Sorry for the names, but where are we going to put this one? Maybe over here. Marine Boy, your name's already yellow, so that works perfectly for the sticky note color. Marine Boy. Oh, I don't know if I can fit that here. Let me see. Marine Boy. Nope. You guys are starting to see my brain. Marine Boy. Alright, saved. I just realized that I did not make... It doesn't really matter. I did not make mine purple. I just kept it yellow. Let's see. Look it, there he is! This is Marine Boy! It's kind of hard to see the A, though. And you ain't going nowhere. What about your brain? My mild dyslexia. This happens. I haven't had a need to tell people about it though lately because I've been really good. I've been really good in terms of reading, in terms of writing lately. Like, so, you know, there's no real need to mention it or anything. Oh, I love this song too! Darn it! Why are you guys requesting Disney? Okay, I can vibe with it. Not technically said anything mean about yourself. Good, thank you. Yeah. No. I was just mentioning. It's just a thing. Oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna be completely honest. I forgot that I can't talk bad about myself. I completely forgot. That was a close call. Thanks for reminding me, Man Bear. Whew. Why is the donation noise that? It's from an anime. It's ReZero. And why? 2 reasons. 2 really big reasons. The first one, because I was too lazy to upload a new sound, and that was one of our old sounds way back in the day. The second reason Because it's cool. I don't know. It's a nice, even though it's kind of scary, sound. This high, final, never too far apart, and maybe love is a reason. Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, I have to sing a song. We never figured out what song to sing. What song do you guys want me to sing? That was the last one on the list. Dinner you. Dun, 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 dun. See it eye to eye. The Jessica Rabbit song? Is that what you want? Are we oh, anything that's on my list. I have a song list. Exclamation point SL for song list. You want me to sing? I think I can sing it. I make no promises, but I think I can sing that song. Or I could do, the Jessica Rabbit song if you want. Spelly do the perfect cast? Oh! No, there's so many moves. I don't even, all I remember is like some wonky like butt shake thing. You'd pick the Pokemon theme? Oh, you did? I thought we were picking together as a group. Song list. Do you guys want the Pokemon theme then? Let me know what you guys want. Let me see the queue. Oh yeah, I do see it in the queue. I do see it. Make a man out of you? Oh my goodness. You guys are crazy. Oh, here. You know what? I'll make a poll. Just as high, finding never too far apart, and maybe love is a reason why. Let's see. Poll. I can't make the poll here because it's too small. We'll make a poll. We'll make a poll. Oh, have a good bedtime. 4 a.m. Holy moly. I feel like when someone rates me, it's always like so late. I'm like, how do you guys stay up so late? How old am I? I stay up until like 11. And I go to bed. Oh. Okay. Song to sing. Do we want to sing Eye to Eye, which is a song currently playing? Pokemon theme. Sorry, my hand is inside my body right now. That kinda... Can I fix that, actually? Eye to eye. If I do this, did I fix it or no? No. Okay, hold on, let me think, let me think. Because when I type, I have to be over here. Now watch me whip. Oh gosh. Oh! My. Ha! I fixed myself for 2 seconds. Got him. Oh gosh. Hi, Taco. I will stretch and drink it just a moment. I'm trying to see if I can fix things a little bit, even if just a little bit. I mean, it makes sense if I'm over here, but maybe I shouldn't have moved it, because now it's, like, too far away. It doesn't really matter. I rock back and forth a lot. Okay, what was I doing? I already forgot. Alright, the poll. So, Pokemon theme, Eye to Eye, what was that? Make a Man Out of You? The Jessica Rabbit song, or some fifth thing. Let's see. Did anyone else have any other suggestions? I think that was all of them, right? It looks like it was all of them. How's it going? Hi, Pickle. It's going really well. It's going really well. We smashed our first goal. Our goal was 500. Our goal is 500, bro. Yeesh. Okay, the poll is up. I'll leave it for 10 minutes. Oh, 10 minutes. The poll is up. Feel free to vote for a song. And then I will sing that song. Yeah, I'm deciding if maybe I should move the keyboard back, because now I'm... Darn. I thought that would be a good idea. There we go. It was not. There we go. That's a bit better. You know, I just finished the show Bee and Puppy Cat. I'm really sad because that was such a good show. Although, the ending made no sense to me. Someone else smarter than me is gonna have to explain what happened at the end of that one. Welcome in! Welcome in! Can I call you Poe? Hello, hello! Welcome in, Poe. Love the emote. I don't think I've ever seen someone use the magic high emote. It's so cute! Is that the zero sound? It is the re-zero sound for on donation. Yeah. I need to watch the newest season. That came out forever ago, but it's new to me. I can? Aw, thank you. Welcome in, Poe. I can't stop thinking about Art Fight lately. Because Art Fight's coming, what, in less than a week. And I'm really excited, but I'm also nervous because I know I shouldn't. It doesn't matter how many attacks you make. Although I want to make a lot of attacks, I know that I won't be able to. And that's okay, as long as I have fun with it. I gotta keep reminding myself that, though, because otherwise I'm gonna sit here like, I feel awful that I'm not attacking. Hmm. Whee! You're gonna head out? No worries, Pickle. Thank you so much. Keep changing my permissions? What permissions do you have so far that you keep changing around? I know I changed some of my permissions for a couple of my characters. Actually, I put a character up. So there's something else I haven't told you yet, Misa, or for anyone else that does Art Fight stuff. There are other things you can put onto Art Fight. So when I say that, I mean, how do I explain it? Let's say you have a character and you really want them, you like them, but you don't like their design, or you want different outfit ideas for that character instead of just art. You can legitimately put a character up for redesign. So I did that recently. Where I put one of my characters, I haven't drawn that character in a while because I really, really don't like her design. So I put her up on Art Fight where it's like, hey, if anyone can or wants to design something instead of just like drawing something, please feel free to redesign this character because She is pain. I really don't like her design at all at the moment. Who did that? Soy sauce! Thank you! Aww. Have a good EP taco! How come it didn't read it out loud? What the heck? I think I broke my alerts with the SummerSlam stuff, so hopefully I'll be able to fix it sometime. At least hopefully it'll be fixed after the event, but Soy Sauce, Spelly, 4 months of your amazing art. Woo, let's go. Soy Sauce, thank you so much for that heckin' VIP membership here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it, Soy Sauce. Thank you. And Poe, thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, you could do that, Miso, but you can also say, hey, make me an OC or design an OC for me. Like, it's not even like a redesign, it's just make me a straight up OC for people that love character creation. There's other avenues rather than just having like a character uploaded. I thought that was interesting. Design it, oh yeah, right? So you can also add that as an option. You'll have to look up how to do it, because I've never done that before in particular, but the point is that the option is there. Wait. Oh no. Yeah. What do you not like about her design? Everything. I don't even know how to explain it. It's just messy. It's messy and I feel like I could really be a better design. I just don't have the time, you know? Like, I like the character. I like the story behind the character. I like all of that. I just feel like it's very messy. Whose design? We're talking about Mine right now. Oh, Poe, thank you. Thank you. So I gotta gather my references. Okay. Ah, so are you doing the permissions per character? Oh, then you have to change the global. Well, I mean, the global, if you put at the very bottom of the global or the top, be sure to check specific character permissions. That basically covers everything in terms of here's all the global things in case it's not stated in the specific character permissions. And then here's the specific character permissions to keep in mind with the global permissions, if that makes sense. Hi, Vexus. Welcome in. Hi. I'm still deciding if I want to add a background to this one. I want to. I want to. Don't get me wrong. I also don't want to be up for 24 hours. I want to learn more about... There's a thing called a light table. I want to learn about that. What is that? Let me see. Let me take a sneaky peeky. Hide you guys for a second. Let me see. Light table. Enable light table. What is that? Where is that? Is that this? Oh, I think it is. Sorry, I'm trying to learn about some of this stuff. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm only gonna sing one song. So... Yeah. The poll. You should have been here, Billy, when we made the poll. Welcome in, Billy. Yeah, I don't know then. I know, it's like there's kind of no point in the poll. I guess for right now, I'll just wait till Isaac comes back. So it'll be probably in a few hours, and I'll just ask Isaac. Since he's the one that unlocked the... It's not a biggie. Next time, Twitch chat. Next time. Maybe we can decide later. I guess I really don't know how to do this light table thing. I think it's a really cool, thing, but... Eh. Right? Yeah. Okay. Hi, welcome in, Vasago! Did I say hi already? Sorry, I had to hide my Twitch chat in order to mess around with the light table thing. I have it back now. Anime all night. Honestly, I drank one Rogue Energy already. I don't know if I want to drink another one. In the same day. I try to limit myself to one a day at least. Oh, my knee. Oh, did you play through all of the Elden Ring? Soy sauce?
Januba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you, mama, come on, pretty mama, Nemo, Minimo, boo, 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 you, boo, boo.
Florida? No. Oh, did you receive them yet, Vasago? I think you did you mention that you did? You got this, Miso. You've yet to finish? Merp finished tonight? Today? I don't know what the right word is there. And that's really funny. That's really fun to hear. Kakamo. Get there fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Should I share pics? Of the rogue? Oh yeah! If you want to, in the show me during break, even though we won't really have a break today, but absolutely. Oh, I wanna take you to the Kokomo. Get there fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we want. Oh boy, profile views. I am going to absolutely need a 3D model for this because this is not my thing without reference. Yikes. Okay, hold on. Hands. Kokomo. Go. Okay. Oh, I wanna take it to Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. Oh, I wanna take it to the Kokomo. Get there fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. That's a fun song. Oh, what's that, soy sauce? But, oh no, soy sauce. We're doing a charity stream for children. Maybe in the Discord. I appreciate the enthusiasm though. Isaac, can I ask you a question for like 1 second? What song do you want me to sing? Because chat couldn't decide. They could not decide, so I was like, I'll just ask Isaac. I only wanna steal you for like 2 seconds. Don't worry, don't worry. I don't wanna take too much of your time. There was that. That was a thing. That's right. I could sing that one song. Yeah, you know, I was gonna say Snake Eater. I can sing that one song. Let me know if that's what you want for sure. That one song? Alright. I will sing Snake Eater. Yeah, Poe. What a thrill. The question is, do I know it enough to do it karaoke version? I don't think I know it enough to do the karaoke version yet. I have to sing it more. If you do the lyrics, I understand. I don't even know if I remember how to do it, like, even if I have the lyrics. Here, let me see. Let me add Chrome back to this. There's a Pokemon. Perfect timing. All right. Once I skip this ad, let's see if I have the confidence. Oh. I don't know if I know it well enough. What a thrill. With darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. Well, I'm searching and I'm melting to you. What a fear in my heart, but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, oh God, it's the way I've lied to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you'll go through the rain. Someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I've lied to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I tried my best. I don't remember this song. I kept flipping notes. I was like, oh no, but yeah. Thank you so much again, Isaac, and for the song request, and thank you for deciding for chat because chat could not decide the song. No, I appreciate it though. Okay, okay. Thank you. This is without, I would like to also mention that I was without warm-up. I actually feel it wasn't. That's right, I can't talk bad about myself. I can't talk bad about myself, so I'm not, I was told, I was raised, that if I have nothing good to say, I'm not gonna say anything at all. Uh-huh. I remember. Oh, thank you, Bo. Yeah, I was like, I literally jumped right into it. I did 0 warm-up. I was just like, alright, I'm snake eater. Next time, maybe I should do warm-ups next time. But that was my voice raw. How's that? That was my raw voice like honey. I probably should have taken honey. Oh, I've been eating a lot of fruit salads lately. There we go. Fruit salads lately. And I put honey in it. Because I like honey. Wait, sorry. I'm trying to get this hair. Because my brain is like, what the heck? Thank you guys. Next time, maybe next time I'll do even more justice. It's a fun song, don't get me wrong, it's a really fun song to sing. And honestly, that's the important part. Oh. Actually, you know what? Oh. This hair should go not that way. Because she's spinning. So it should still linger over here. Oh. There. Heck yeah! Do it, Poe! Sing! Sing! This is tough with the, because I'm not used to drawing pigtails. From space to beach, that's right, Niru, that's how we roll. Welcome in, Niru. How you doing today? It's so hot. Oh my gosh, I feel it. I feel it. It was, yesterday was not even that bad. And now it's like taken off again. Yeah. It's not over yet. Didn't summer just begin? Isaac. Didn't summer just begin, bro? Help. You got a heater on? I'm working a hoodie. Oh, is it so cold over there? What the heck? I hope this... I have no idea what the weather is yet for this weekend. I haven't looked. Is it supposed to be cooler? Oh, you have summer, we have winter. Oh, you're over it. Oh, you're over there. I see. I do enjoy winter. I do enjoy winter more. I will be completely honest. I like winter. No, it's me. I like winter more. I'm gonna take a real quick screenshot. Do I have an extra chat box? Is this a notepad? Alright. Everyone say hi. Say hello. I'm going to take a screenshot for Twitter. Say hello. Hi, Twitter. Let me start typing it out so I can figure out what I'm supposed to say. Hi, Twitter. Hi. Alright, ready? Screenshot in 5, 4, look at this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh no, wait, I blinked. Hold on, I blinked. Okay. I had to redo it because I blinked. Okay. I got the screenshot. Oh wait, I'm gonna be completely honest. I forgot, I took the screenshot and I did not add the goal. So let me do that really quick. Hold on. Gosh. Who did that? Wait. Is that actually, wait, was that right? Did that just happen just now? Or was that in my, was that in my head? Like, what was that? Oh. Hold on, sorry guys, getting rid of the notepad. What's that? Hold on, did I see things? Am I seeing things? I'm, Tiltify. Show me what just happened, Tiltify. Ah, it looked pretty real. Did we just hit another goal? No, wait. Where? Here it is. First of all, Pickle, I didn't even... Wait. What? How did Pickle slip through me? Or, I didn't see Pickles. Pickle, thank you so much. I owe you a sticky note. And the freaking Poe! Gotta hear the rap? Oh, no. No. Oh. Have a good one, Oz. Thank you. Oh, no. Okay, I will rap for you, Poe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that donation. Heck yeah, for the kids. For the kids. I hope you guys don't expect quality, but I will try. That's the important part. What would you like me to rap about? Anything in particular? I could try. It depends on what the subject is, I suppose. Aw, okay. Let me go on Twitter and post. If you guys haven't already, feel free to check out the Twitter. I'm about to post it right now. Our VTuber SummerSlam goal was absolutely smashed. Thank you so much. I have cap locks turned on. Thank you so much. Oh. Typing is hard. All right. Oh gosh. Dissing Shadow, no. I'm gonna diss Ralph. Oh no. I think I'm the worst at. Oh no. Damn it. You didn't hear that. Okay, I said the tweet. It's been tweeted. No. Okay. I will not talk bad. I will not talk bad about my anything. No more. That was the last time. There's the tweet if you guys want to see. Thank you for the hat. I don't know. Wait, can you guys hear any of those sounds? I don't hear them. Dissing chat, I will try. I did not. Not today, Powder. Let's see. I'm gonna have to grab Rhyme Zone. What's chat? How do I diss? I don't know how to diss people. Bad. What rhymes with bad? A lot of things rhyme with bad. I need to get a beat. Oh no. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Okay. Freestyle rap beats on YouTube. Have a good one, Nehru. All right, this one has SpongeBob on it, so it has to be good. What's that? Oh, my alarm's going. I'm starting 5? Holy moly. How do you contribute? You could either, yeah, the QR code helps. You could, there you go, Isaac. All right. Oh no, ads. Oh no, ads. Okay. Oh, I just want to hear the beat real quick. Oh my gosh. I don't know how to diss people. Let's go. No. Let me just hear the beat real quick. Please. Oh my. Chat, you've been real bad. You make me real sad. And now it's not rad. Just to tell you, I'm very glad that you... No. This is really hard. No, it's not bars! So that's why I'm dissing. Let me see what rhymes with chat, because we're about to diss, chat. Alright, now, you can't, you look like a rat, and you fly like a gnat. Oh God. What is this? Get. Alright, I'm done. I'm sorry, I tried. Freestyle rapping always makes me so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed right now. Oh no, I'm crying. Oh no. Oh. Oh. I did my best. I did what I could. Oh no. I'm sorry. Rate my rap. It was the best, bro. No one could beat me. I'm waiting for Eminem to come and fight me, bro. Wait, is Eminem still relevant? Who's the relevant rappers now? Thank you. Was it worth? I hope so. I'm crying. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Eminem been real quiet. Oh no. Mumble rapping. Take it to the new level, bro. Isaac, you almost made me spit my drink, bro. I did monkey bars recently, actually. And by did them, I mean I was able to hold on to one of them and I couldn't move, but hey, we tried. That's the important part. Holy baloney. Wait, Eminem's still dropping albums, really? I did not know. I did not know. Alright, I like how it's coming out. I'll be on I like scratched my eye. I like how it's coming out, the animation. We're still getting there though, so. Again, the hardest part's going to absolutely be the background. If I decide to add the background. Oh, it's skipping a... Hold on. And it's not supposed to be a looping animation either. It's just supposed to be going around, Oh. Oh. What the heck?
What the heck?
Shout out Lazy Susan. Me?
Jump, jump, jump.
You spin me right round, baby, right round. Oh, right. I was gonna look up how to do a smug expression. Smug. Masago! Oh, I owe you guys. I owe you guys a bunch of sticky notes. Hold on. Let me do that first, then. Basago, thank you so much for that donation.
For the kids. For the kids.
Let's see. We have Pickle. I can't believe I missed Pickle somehow. I'm so sorry, Pickle. We have Poe. And we have Basago. I'm glad you appreciate my line about the jungle gym. Heck yeah. I love, like, monkey bars are fun. I can't do them, but they're fun. That's the important part. Guess we're gonna keep filling up the... Oh, no. Alright, Pickle is red. So, red. Poe is orange. Oh. And Visago is green.
Pickle.
Oh, how do you spell pickle? Oh. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. English is not my first language. Gibberish is. Goo. Okay. Then we got Poe. And Visago. I'm so excited. For the record, I have all of the postcards ready for any of you that are part of the postcard gang from the birthday donathon. All the postcards are ready. I'm waiting on one more person for their address, and then I'm going to ship them all out. But if they don't reply back, I'll just ship them out on Friday. I get a sticky too? You forgot that? No, it's fine. It's fine. I give you one. I give you one. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, the postcards. I hope you guys like them. I wrote special little somethings on all of them. Each one's individualized and special. Alright, I was gonna change the smuggy expression so it was more smuggy. Maybe I will open her mouth. Excited to see. I hope you guys like them. Oh, goodness. Who did that? Oh gosh, my body. Help. Thank you for the drink and the stretch. Oh. I'll drink right now. And I shall stretch. Oh, goodness. Okay. Much good. Very wow. I really want to play VR chat all of a sudden. It's not super all of a sudden because Maestro's been playing it a lot lately, but I'm like, huh. Oh, goodness. What would you say if you broke in half? Sweet heavens, of course, of course, of course. I could expect no less. You know what? I think I know why I'm not liking it. And it's in the eyes, actually. Other than the eyes are kind of wonky, but it's still a sketch. Maybe it was in the eyes? It kind of looks like she's like, not smuggy, but like she should have sweat drops, like, haha, if that makes sense. Why I oughta have a good lurky mermaid boy. Oh, I timed my yeah boy the other day. I could do it for 55 seconds, and I'm pretty sure it was at 50. I'm pretty sure I could get it to a minute. Oh, wrong button. World record? No. No. I think the world record is like over 5 minutes. For real, for real. Pokemon! Oh crap, did I miss it? Ah, poopy. I missed the Pokemon. Error. The Pokemon's also below everything now, so I'm gonna raise the Pokemon above the sticky notes. Yeah, let me know. When you guys do, yeah, boy, let me know how long you can hold that for. Oh, that's so much better. It was in the eyes. It wasn't in the mouth. Well, the mouth is... It was in the eyes. I needed to fix the eyes. Kind of. Okay, I messed up a little bit. The important part is we're trying. Oops, what? I have to change these as well. Patreon. That's funny. I like that one. Sweetie, yeah, we're getting through. We're getting through it. Still have a lot to do, though. I haven't even started the background. I'm still debating. Still debating. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the in-between, which is... I'm going to do the background, but it won't be the complicated background. It'll be the easier background. So that way it still has a background of some sort, but not too hard, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, sweetie. I think the big thing is that because it's a one-day challenge, I'm like, help. Oh, 6.5 hours. You got this. You got this. Thinking in my head, thinking in my head. The other thing is, depending on how I want to do it, right now it's just a spin around. It's not really even like a full-blown shot. Because the full-blown shot, I have a lot of in-betweens that I have to fill in then. I'll show you what I mean. This is what the full-blown shot would look like if I did it. Make this smaller. Roughly 200 frames long. And it would be something like... Oh. I'd love to show you, but chat is in the way. Get out of my way. I was sitting here struggling for the last, like, 2 minutes. Trying to figure out how to open the menu for the animation menu. Because chat is right here. Like, right where my mouse is. That's where chat is on my tablet. And I couldn't open the menu because it was on top of everything. And I'm like, get out of here. Alright, now I can see everything. I moved you guys. I can't see you guys anymore. For like all of 2 seconds. Give me a second. I want to rename my layers. And I would like to extend them. Edit track, assign through 8 with 24 between it. Something like that. So this is roughly how it's supposed to look. And you can see just how many in-betweens I would need. No, Isaac! We were in the way. She yeeted us. No! But you see how, like... Okay, maybe this is a little dramatic. Here, I'll do it like 2 times that speed. And you see why it's gonna be a lot more work. Hi, Flyan! How you doing today? Let's do... Instead of 24, we'll do 12. That way it's 2 times as fast. There's a place... let's see. So this is a bit faster, but that's what I meant by there's gonna be a lot of work for us. It skipped a layer. Don't do that. There we go. Let's see. Oh, I wanna take her to the Kokomo. Get there fast and then... Yeah! Yeah, exactly, sweetie. I'm like, Love the summer of it, thank you! What yeah, we're using CSP right now. Bam. I know you guys already know it, but just in case anyone's listening that doesn't, we use CSP to animate. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'll move chat back onto my tablet, but I'll move it. I'm gonna make it a little smaller. A little bit smaller. That way I can actually see my menus. That was the issue. I was like, I can't see anything. Chat's in the way. Help me. There we go. You guys are now small. Small. Out. So, I have to in-between this whole thing. Which is why I'm like, should I add a background? And the background would basically be like... this. Wanna go. Beans. So... I'm going to be very rough with this just to show you guys, because I don't think I'm going to do it this way, even if I should. I'm going to take a point, a point, a point in between that. Oh, I wanna take it to the Kokomo. Get there fast and then we'll take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Oh, and you might see why it gets a lot more complicated when you start adding the background to it. Granted, again, I'm not a background artist. I don't, you know, do backgrounds, but this is the perspective. Also not perfectly done. Thank you for the hydrate. I will hide. Oh, there's a cutie fly. Ooh. I'll hydrate right now. Oh. Oh my gosh, my balls. Hold on. There we go. It really does. It really does. It's not even the hips. It's the hands that are anchored. It's the hands that are anchored. Oh. Thank you for the save. I'll save right now. Ah, see, the hands are the ones that are anchored. So if I don't think I can do it fast enough. No, I can't. But if I remove the keyboard and the trackpad, it would be fine. Yeah, this background... It's like fisheye lens, for example. But for all case and purpose, I think I'm just gonna do a static background. And it might not look that great. Not as good as it would with this type of background, but... The cutie fly! Sometimes we need a little stretch. Meanwhile, I need a chiropractor. Yeah, the cutie fly disappeared. Hi, Maestro. Here, let's see. If I enable keyframes... Nope, that's not it. Oh gosh. What did it change back? Oh, because I have 2 key points here for some reason.
Welcome in. I love anime. Hi.
Do we knock you out? Do your hands just stretch out? I don't actually know, Gray. I don't know. Oh, man bear. What?
Ow, beans.
You guys would have to make me ragdoll to find out, huh? So this is kind of what I meant by the, Oh, goodness. I want to change the key point over here a little bit. There we go.
Ow.
So this is why I don't think I'll do the huge perspective for the background. I think I'll just do the regular perspective and see how it works. I don't think it's gonna work super duper well, but it'll be good enough for our purposes, I hope. Oh goodness, help! Help me! Why are you guys doing this to me? Ah. Ow. I am in pain. Quite the moves. Thank you, thank you. I learned them myself. Ow. Alright. Have a wonderful lurk. Ow. I'm waiting. I kind of want to see it myself, too. You guys keep watching this. Oh, goodness. I will drink. Thank you.
Thank you for the drink. Ow.
Y'all. Yeah. Oh, there's my hat. You're about to get yelled at, bro. All right. Let's see.
Beans.
Now we gotta add in-betweens. And in-between-wise? It's 3 in-betweens per? I don't... Oh my gosh, can I actually do that? This is my extremo practice on how to be... Oh, thank you for the save. How to become an in-betweeners. Someone take this... Oh gosh. Take this as, my portfolio. My... Hey, I want to apply for this anime studio. Here's my work. Because I have to in-between this whole thing, bro. Have a good lurkies. I really want to munch too, honestly. Man bear. I'm getting a little hungry.
Hungry.
If I in-between this whole thing, I don't know if I'm going to be able to line this whole thing. Maybe I should just line what I have so far. Ow. Ow. The redeems.
Beans.
Uh-oh. If you guys don't hurry, Chamber's gonna heal me. Oh, good song. Alright, you know what? I think I made up my mind. I'm gonna line everything first. I think I'm gonna line everything first. The words. It's so close. Ah. And Naoko was redeemed too. Which means Naoko will heal me at some point. Jimmy. Wrestle with Jimmy. Wrestle with Jimmy. Wrestle with Jimmy. Wrestle with Jimmy. Once you redeem it, no, it has a 2-minute counter, Maestro. That means it takes 2 minutes for them to heal me, but once they leave, that's when I get healed, not when they show up. Uh-oh. Are we gonna make it? Hi, Dot Eddie. Are we gonna make it? I don't know. And there it goes. Y'all crazy. See, the thing is now, it's gonna heal me one more time, but then that's all of the heals. That's all of the heals for like the next half hour. So from here, I don't think I can get healed anymore. Alright, you guys want to throw things at me? It ain't so, whoa, whoa. Oh goodness. It's a little unfair that I'm sorry. What? Do you know how many points are being spent for the other side though? I think it's fair. I think it's fair. That's a lot of points. Just think about all the points you get to save. Me so. Me every time I see this. Oh! The head pats are helping me. Oh no. Oh my gosh. You guys are crazy. Alright, here we go. There. Oh god! Ah! Alright. Do you see what you've done to me? Look what you've done! Yeah, the hands do not stay attached to the keyboard. We have learned today. We have learned. Oh, okay, it's fixed. Look what you've done to me. I love this song! Oh. Points well spent. I'm glad. Back to the beats. Oh goodness. Rim. Thank you. Feature it. Feature the clip. Yeah. Thank you. I only know the TikTok version. Can we clip the time Sally's heartbroken? If someone can, yeah. Yeah, it's that one dance. It's this one. Well, this is a different song, but... That was 6. Yeah, you guys spent a lot of points for that. See? Yeah, this is... Well, this is not the same song, but it's a similar enough song. It was this one, right? Yeah. The sad cat dance, right? I'm like 80% sure. Oh, okay. Very interesting hairstyle. There we go. Oh crap, there's a Pokemon? I don't know what happened to my OBS, but everything just got knocked. Oh, I know what happened to it. Never mind. All of my alerts just got knocked off. Like, I had, like, alerts of what's been going on in stream, and they're all gone. And I was like, basically it says, it's quiet, too quiet. And I'm like, why is everything broken? And it's broken because Twitch only logs a certain number of activity feed stuff, even if you don't have it showing. Because right now I turned off, like, the ability to see rewards and stuff. Or redeems. And, I thought, that's funny. Yeah, I can't see any of anything anymore. Or at least any of the old alerts, I mean.
no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Hi, City Burrito. Oh, that's right. I don't want to press my luck. That would be... Look how... I don't want to press that. Let me drink. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Actually, my neck is really hurting in terms of, I slept on it wrong. I don't know if I can stretch it out, though. Like, whenever you sleep on your neck wrong and it feels... You know how to pop your neck? Or crack your neck, whatever. It feels like it's on the brink of cracking, and then it doesn't. And it kind of... It's like that painful feeling, because you know you slept on it wrong. I don't know what I should be doing about that. Like, I don't want to force my neck. That sounds extremely painful. I can go the other way with my neck, but I can't go the one way with my neck. Alright, let's fix my arms. Icy hot? The closest I have to an icy hot is ice cream and I guess hot water. Ice cream is too good. It's good too, solves all problems. Heck yeah. Ice cream. I just realized that I put the ears too low.
Oh. Wah, wah, wah. What was that? Oh, Poe! Wait, what? Aww. Oh, there it is. I was waiting for it. Poe, thank you so much for becoming a VIP here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. What? Aw. Poe, thank you. That means a lot. Especially with Twitch's whackness lately. Thank you. I'm gonna lower my tablet a little bit, see if it helps. Oh, have to be responsible. It's that time. Yeah. Oh, I really do appreciate it though, Poe, and I'm glad you had a lot of fun. Heck yeah! I hope you enjoy your emotes. We have a new one that recently came in, and by came in I mean I made it, but I made it off of Fia gave me a base. There we go. Yeah, loading. That was our newest one. But thank you, thank you. For the kids. I remember Maestro was talking about the other day, the ability to multitask. And he used me as an example, like, yeah, Spelly's really good at multitasking. And I'm looking at it now and I'm like, where? I'm like, bro. No, no. Oh yeah. Okay. So many lines. Vector layers, that's right. Heck yeah. Oi. Who did that? I died for like 2 seconds. Basically, Tiger's. Are you trying it right now? Thank you for the twink. I agree, Miso. Oh, that's fair. Tiger's. Oh, right. I remember now. Yeah, Tiger's blood is a lot less sweet tasting. I personally have a sugar tooth. Is that what it's called? Meanwhile, if you like oranges, you might really like the blood orange because it tastes like sanity. Sweet tooth, yeah. That's me. I have sweet tooth. The things that are on her, under her other eye, are those hearts? Yes. She has hearts underneath this eye. Wait, so sweet tooth candy. We're talking about Rogue Energy. Hot tamale candy. Oh, that's really good too. Hi, Simon. Welcome in. This is our beach. It's like our bikini beach outfit because we're doing our VTuber Summer Slam this summer. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, it's spelled the other. Yeah, you got it. Beans. I think, okay, hear me out. I think I'm gonna make this this part that's on her head just the headband. Or I'm gonna remove it. Because she does have often without it as well. No, you're fine. You spelled rouge. That's a good word as well. Stretch! Oh gosh, my body! Help! Help me! Help! Okay. I had to make sure it was a deep stretch. That's right, Isaac. You were thinking about the bat. It had to be a deep stretch, you don't understand. If I don't stretch deeply, I might get carpal tunnel. I don't want that. Oh gosh. Yeah, more stretching. Oh gosh. Oh, my stomach! Help me! Please. Call an ambulance. A VTuber ambulance. Do they have that? Do they have... Is anyone a VTuber nurse or doctor or EMT? I think I know someone who's a nurse. I think they're a nurse. But I don't know any of the other ones. Hi, Professor Nintendo. You look painful. Very fair. Yeah. How you doing today, Professor Nintendo? Oh, is it a vacuum soy sauce? Oh. Wait. I feel like it's not a vacuum. So I'm thinking in my head about this. Workday is over the hog. Congratulations! Heck yeah! Now we go home. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Wee. Is that a tattoo or the model clipping? Are you talking about where it says Spelly? That's actually on the shirt. That's been there. That is a part of the shirt. It's my old logo. Yeah. Heck yeah. Isn't that cool? I'm doing really well today, although I'm a little nervous because of how long this is gonna wind up taking, I'm realizing. The cats meow. Another midnight stream. I think we're gonna be going for another, I feel like it's another 12 hours or so. We'll see. We'll see. It depends also how, like, because I also have the option of just taking it easy or easier rather than trying to go super ham, but I want to go ham. I do. But I'm limited, that's the challenge. Basago. Heck yeah. Let's go. As reasonably as I can. That's fair. Very valid. But if I also have to be a little careful because if I expend too much energy right now, I'm gonna get really tired towards the end. So I also have to start withdrawing my energy levels back. Or else I'll become too powerful. Yeesh.
I could another, but I probably shouldn't. I'm not a buddy at home.
I don't know how I feel about this song. I think it's cute, but I feel bad. I don't know. Like it's good that he decided not to. This dude goes out. I don't know if it's just a drink or whatever, but this dude goes out and someone's hitting on him. And he's like, "No, I already have someone else." And that's great. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's a good thing. It's a good thing they didn't. That's what I think gets me. I don't know, but it's not even to say that when you're in a relationship, like, I don't know. It's not to say that you can't. I don't know. It's the way he words things in the songs. It's probably just me looking too much into it. As I do. Yeah, I got the cat. Because the dude was like, yeah, I mean, you look really good, but I cannot cheat. No, but you look really good. But no, I mustn't cheat. But damn, you look good. Look, he's saying it right now. But damn, you look good. But no, I must not cheat. It's like, it should be, I don't know. But at the end of the day, the best point about it is that he decided not to. So that's all that really matters. I mean, again, first of all, it's just a song, but I'm just analyzing it as if it was like a situation. But I think that's what gets me in the song. Hi, Lucky! You're not ready for the summer? Oh, what's up with the summer? Or just because of the heat? To war with his own temptations. Kinda. Donuts. Have a good one, soy sauce. I'm actually thinking about going to grab dinner soon. What time is it? 6 something. I don't want to eat too late. I think I will go get dinner soon. Not right now, but maybe I'll line this that we're working on right now. And then I will on my back. Sheesh. What was I saying? Ah, poop. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, model for SummerSlam. I actually had this model many years ago, but I still haven't added blend shapes to it or anything, so. But I threw it on anyway for the next 3 days, so I think it's okay. Plus, we have a whole beach background, bro. Except I'm stuck in a barrel, so we're gonna ignore that. Yeah, exactly. Like if someone, it's okay to get, obviously, it's okay to get hit on. It's going to happen, right? If you're in a relationship with someone, they're gonna eventually get hit on because other people are like looking, and that's all fine. That's fine. There's a reason you're with them. But it's the fact that, I don't know. It's not even that you can't compliment people, but in that specific situation, it's kind of weird to compliment the girl that's trying to sleep with you. Do you know what I mean? It's like, if it was a normal day, and like, you were like, oh wow, that girl is pretty. You could say, hey, you are pretty. Like, that's fine. But you are straight up complimenting the person who's like, hey, sleep with me. And it's like, maybe he's just trying to turn her down, like, in a nice way. Like, oh, I have to say no to this girl, but I feel bad. Sorry, I'm taken. Like, no. I don't know. I'm thinking about it as if I was in the situation. As both the singer, so the dude getting hit on, and then as the person waiting at home, like, oh man, I'm still waiting for this dude, expecting him to come home, and, you know. Basago. Wait, what the heck do you mean? Yeah, it's based off the song we were listening to earlier. We were talking about it for a little bit. I'm just like, I'm trying to think about it in my head. And I don't know. Like, again, ultimately, the best part is that he decided not to cheat. That's all anyone could ask, right? But that's why that's why every time I hear that song, I always got weird vibes, just because of the way that he turns her down, I guess. Just say no, bro. But it's at the end of the day, first of all, at the end of the day, it's a song. So I'm not even criticizing the song, it's just a song. I'm criticizing anyone who's ever been in that position and did it the same way. They were like, someone was like, hey, I want to sleep with you, and they're like, sorry, I'm taken, but they're like, damn, but you look good, but I don't know, but no, I'm sorry, but I'm taken, but you look so good, like, Better than that Robin Thicke song? Which one? Which one? Chat is the third half of your brain, right? Wait, why the third half? So I'm trying to, my neck is still really stiff from sleeping. Oh yeah. Oh, the Robin, oh, yeah. Yeah. I only know Blurred Lines. Are you talking about that one? I don't think I ever heard the lyrics to that one. I just heard that the music video on YouTube had, oh. Zero! Welcome in! Hello, Raiders!
My name is Betty. I am your headmistress witch on Twitch, and I do art. Thank you so much for the raid, Zero. Ooh.
Welcome in, Zero! How was your stream? What'd you do? Here, let me give a shout out. I could automate that. I don't know why I don't. I don't because I'm like, but I want to give my mod something. No, just kidding. Let's see. Oh, you're doing art. If you want to share your art, tell you what. If you want to share your art, come on and share your art with us today. And as soon as you share your art, you have two. I picked number 2. Number 2, my lord. Once you share your art, I have to really pee. So I will pee right after that. Once we take a sneaky peeky. A sneaky peek? No. Let's take a sneaky peeky. Oh, I know who that is. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Hold on. Dang it. There we go.
Look at that! Oh, whoa! I know who that is. Yippee!
A sneaky peeky. Welcome and thank you again so much, Zero, and thank you so much for sharing your art. It looks beautiful. I can't wait to see how it comes out. Oh, it's the Chatini. I wanted to make a custom Chatini at some point. I have it in my bookmarks eventually. This is beautiful, though. I'm so excited for it.
Heck yeah.
But alas, I need to go pee. I need to go pee. Like, it's like that uncomfortable feeling now. So I will do that. I will go do that. But thank you again for the raid. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, please feel free to. Otherwise, if you hear this is beautiful. I love the rendering too. If you have to go do some post-stream self-care, please feel free to. Just like me, because I gotta pee. Chatini's so cute. I really like the Chatini. I guess I'll keep this on while I go pee real fast. So I'll be right back. Yeah, go get some food. Oh my gosh, I need to get food. After I finish lining this last layer, I'm gonna grab some food too, so I feel that so hard. I feel that so hard. Let me go pee. Oh. gang. We are back. Oh yeah. Chatting. Yeah. Finally, I got to pee. Poop. What was I saying? Or what was I gonna say? Oh, it looks like it might actually storm a little later. I want to just give you guys the heads up. Let me check the weather real quick. Weather. Severe thunderstorm watch until 9 p.m. So it looks like there's gonna be a big storm coming through. And the reason I want to tell you guys is because my power might kick out. So what happens if my power kicks out? Ah, man. If my power kicks out, first of all, I want to chalk it up to technical difficulties. But I think, good idea, firstly save. Save. If my power were to go out, I think I want to call it and say, while I still find it challenging to do this, it won't be the one stream challenge, which kind of fails in of the monthly challenge. But I still think it's a challenge of some sort, if you guys get my drift. So I think I want to spend the next 3 days working on this. If my power goes out and I can't stay up for like 24 hours, I think I want to spend a while on this. Or as much as I can. Or maybe we'll just finish it tomorrow then. And I can just stay up really long tomorrow. I was gonna say, technically it's technical difficulties. But maybe then tomorrow. But yeah, so if the power goes out, what I am gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to raid. So firstly, I'm gonna try to raid out. So, you know, if suddenly we're gone, stick around for a little bit and I'll just throw in a raid so we can get those free sweet channel points. And then we will continue it again tomorrow. If again the power goes out. For anyone just listening in or tuning in, I have a storm coming through, like a thunderstorm coming through. And while I would love to work on this while there's a huge thunderstorm for the next like 3 hours or so, I also don't want to break my PC with turning it on and then it keeps going off, or I don't know how it's gonna go down. So we'll come back tomorrow. If my power goes out, we'll come back tomorrow. That's the bottom line there. So there we go. I just want to make sure it's very clear.
And it's still a challenge because I had technical difficulties. I'm still in the challenge. I just can't finish it today.
But I will continue to keep saving often. No worries there. I just hope it doesn't go out while I'm in the middle saving, because then it corrupts my file. Which, Clip Studio has a really good backup function. So I'm not too worried. Because I have it turned on and everything, but it still just sucks. Actually. Yeah, because tomorrow it looks like it's just cloudy weather, and then Friday's supposed to be fully sunny, no storms. So, like, worst case scenario, we'd finish it on Friday, but I'm pretty sure we just finish it tomorrow if, you know, the storm kicks us out. Which it makes me a little healthier, so I don't have to stay up for freaking long. But I am hungry, so after I line this, I will go eat. We'll take a small, short break, and I will eat. You love to shoot and star, move so fast. Keep up, I'm racing. I'm gonna love to the shooting star, move so fast. I love to the shooting star. Up, I'm racing. I'm in love with the shoot. I kind of want to lift her shoulders when she comes around, but I also don't. Like, right here, she lifts her shoulders so that I could lift it here. I mean, I could. Just those 2 frames I have to lift it for. Or maybe I could lift it here too. A little bit. So that her shoulders lift up. Because I get that it's slouched at the beginning. But then I want it to like lift up. So I think I'm going to do that. If I can remember to do that. You know what? Let me go to the sketch layer so I remember. Because otherwise, I'm not going to remember. So I want her shoulder to start lifting. And the rest of that doesn't matter. So like this is going to be up here now instead. And then this is going to be more like this.
No cat is friend to me. Bow 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 wow wow.
There, I lifted her shoulders a little bit when she spins around. Okay.
Really wanna go, my puppy. Yeah. Da, da, da. Bow, 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 wow, wow. Wow. Really wanna ba bow wow ba bow and ow ow bow.
Oh, jeez. Once told me the world is gonna roll me. Sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb with a finger and a thumb and a shape of an L on her forehead. Well, it's such a banger. Heck yeah. If you don't go, you never shine if you don't glow. This was a song before Shrek, right? This wasn't just made for Shrek, right? Wait. Yes, okay. It was before Shrek. Let's go. I'll never get bored.
Oh, thank you for the head pat.
that glitters is gold. Only shooting stars will break the mold. Hi, Pika. What? You ever watch those videos? The 3D... They're like 3D videos. And... It's like, they say a bunch of stuff that confuses me. New Day terminology. Away from this place. I say, yup. What a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change. Well. Oh no, the meme. I wish I could use the liquefy tool on vector layers, but I cannot. Hold on, let me fix everything right now. All that glitters is gold. What? What you mean? What you mean? Okay. I don't think I have ever heard a song by Smash Mouth that wasn't the other song. How's this week's 24-hour stream go? We're about almost 5.5 hours in. Almost 6 hours in. So we have another 16 hours to go, I think. Welcome home, Isaac. Good morning. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, I have absolutely never heard this in my life. Exactly. Exactly. I wonder why. I still hear your voice when you sleep next to me. I still feel your touch in my dreams. Forgive me my weakness, but I don't know why. Without you, it's hard to survive. 'Cause every time we touch, I get this feeling. And every time we kiss, I swear I can fly. Heartbeat fast, I want this to last. Need you by my side. Every time we touch. Where'd an AMV? You mean a TikTok edit? Oh no. How dare. On these computers. Nice guy. What's the song every karaoke night? It's such a good song. There's a lot of them. Like that one, how's it go? It's like la 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 la. Do you know what song I'm talking about? La 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 la. All the bells ringing la 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 la. Oh, that's the one. La 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 la. Can I get that one? La 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah. Oh. La 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 la. I don't remember who sings it though. Oh, did something happen with this? Hold on, wait. There was like a blink in my internet for like all of 2 seconds, and it might have kicked. I don't know why it's so finicky though. I know this song. Oh, I know this song. I want to listen to Dua Lipa now. Hold on, let me see if I can turn it back on. Songify. There we go. Alright, it should be turned back on now. Pachirisu. That's crazy. Ain't no way. Does anyone know what the... Around the World, what is that? Who's that sung by? Not the... Not the one that goes around the world, around... Okay, ATC. Around the world. There we go. That's the one I want. Yes. No. I knew someone was gonna say it. No. She has very thin eyebrows, so I gave her thin eyebrows. Hmm. Oh gosh. Thank you, Grace. It's gonna take so long.
Chan a chicky chicky bam bam. Chicky chan chan a chicky chicky bam bam. A chicky 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 chan bam bam. A chicky chicky bam bam. Chan chan a chicky chicky bam bam. Chicky bam bam. Chan chan a chicky chicky bam bam. Chan chan a chicky chicky bam bam.
I know I have to do all this next stuff, but I think I'm gonna save all the next stuff for, like, later. For, like, not right now.
Chicky chicky bam bam. Chicky chicky chan chan a chicky chicky bam bam. A chicky 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 bam bam.
I love that song. I love this song too. Yeah, wow. You want to know why? Because Sleepy's the one that made them, and Sleepy's going through a lot right now. And I definitely do not want to pressure Sleepy into making anything at all. Sleepy is good, people. Yeah, we all hope Sleepy is going to be a-okay. But you know what? I think she will be. I have high hopes. Around the Exactly, Isaac. Exactly. I drew Sleepy. You guys want to see? I have another secret drawing in the process, but I'm going to start it on July 1st. Let's cough. This one. That was when we did, or I guess I wasn't on stream, but I did a 2-hour challenge, so I made this in 2 hours. It was difficult, I'll be completely honest. Oh my gosh, Murray boy, no. Maybe you're in the same storm. It's coming. But I do need to go eat now. I like how this is coming out, but it will take a while, and since we have a while to go, I think I need more energy. Which means I could totally get some rogue energy. No, I already drank rogue today. I don't know if I want to drink another one. But let me save it so far, just in case. Now I want to put out another reminder again, just in case. If my power does go out, I will continue doing this tomorrow, and I will chuck it up to a technical difficulty, because I have a storm coming through, like a huge thunderstorm coming through. So then we will finish it tomorrow if it does go out. But I'm just letting you guys know. Letting you guys know again for like the 3rd time. But alas, for right now, I'm going to put on Words on Stream. If you guys want to play. I hope you can see everything. You might not be able to see everything. Aw, crap. La la la. La 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 la. Can you guys see everything, kind of? Let's find out. From here, you can see pretty much everything. I'll make myself smaller, but... So the girl that look like you, the station vu, cause again this can't be true, cause New Yorker fair, wherever to get away from me. Alright, I think I have it set up as best as I can for our current setup. So enjoy the game. I'll be back in a little bit. It is such a good game, isn't it? Song request is still open if you guys want a song request. I'll be gone for a bit. I'm gonna go eat dinner now. I'll be there for you. This is not a drive-by. Okay, I'll be back. My character's gonna look like she's staring at you, so just ignore her. She'll just be in the corner. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'll be back. Heyo, I turned on my microphone. I'm on a phone call with Maestro, and we were talking about this game and how we were failing. You know, I'm sad. We failed so hard. Wait, can you guys hear him or no? I mean, if you guys can't hear him, that works out for me as well. I think they can if the music is not playing. They said we cannot. Alright, I'm gonna warn you guys. I'm gonna continue a little bit, but I am feeling a little... I'm feeling a little, nervous about it. The lightning's starting to come in, and the thunder and stuff. And, I'm just a little nervous about, you know, my power going out. And I hate when I get focused on doing something, like drawing and stuff, and then my power goes out, and I'm like, no! Definitely don't push the luck. What do you guys think? Should we pick it up back? I'm still counting it as technical difficulties if we turn it off now and we pick it back up tomorrow. And I hate doing that. I hate doing that because it just sucks because I really wanted to do this. You guys already know. I like to do these challenges even if I have to stay up all night. Be on the safe side here. I'll leave it up for a poll. I'll leave it up for a poll, and hopefully you don't tie the poll like last time. Here, let me see. Alright, let's see. Poll. So if you guys don't know, I have a thunderstorm coming through literally right now. There's thunder and lightning. It's raining. It was raining a little harder, but it's still coming down pretty much. Should we... I'm just gonna name it What Do, and it's gonna be like, continue till power outage. I feel like that's not healthy for your computer though. Or continue tomorrow. And I'm gonna put technical difficult. Oh. No, it does not fit. I'm gonna put TD for technical difficulty. That way we know. I've refused to fail this challenge. I've refused to fail. I'm gonna leave this for 3 minutes. I refuse to fail this challenge. But that's why I'm saying it's technical difficulty. Here, I'll turn my face back on for a little bit. But yeah, Maestro is here on call with me, but you guys cannot hear him, but I can hear him. He said, hey. That's like whenever you're on a phone call with someone and you're like, hey, I'm on the phone with so-and-so, and that person's like, tell them I said hey, and you're like, hey, they said hey. It feels like that. There we go. Tell Maestro he's a cutie. My friend says you're a cutie, Maestro. He said, thank you, and your taste in robots is... Wait, what'd you say? Your taste in robots is... Spot on. Yeah. Continuing until a power outage is definitely not good and for drives. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I was like, pretty sure. And you know what I was thinking about the other day? I have not backed up my... Oh god, I don't want to jinx it. I really don't want to jinx it. I haven't backed up my stuff since... It was this year, don't worry. It was like March or April. So it wasn't that long ago, but I have been working on a lot of stuff lately. I'd hate to lose that. So I was also thinking about that earlier, and I was like, damn, I hate that idea. I am so sorry, guys, that I live in an area that has storms. Tomorrow, I will say tomorrow, at least, it's supposed to be cloudy, but there's no rain. There's not supposed to be any thunderstorms or anything. And Friday, if worse really came to worse, Friday, there is no storms. It's supposed to be sunny all day and hot, and that kind of sucks too. But but in the very least, there's no storms, right? So I really want to get that backup. Visago. What? No, not Visago. Sorry, Visago. Techno was telling us about the backup where I plug in my PC to like a backup battery. So in the very least, if the power goes out, I'll lose internet, so the stream will still go down, but my PC won't go down, and that's probably the more important part. The more important thing there. Yeah, the UPS. Exactly. It's in Show Me During Break if anyone else was curious about getting something like that for themselves. So that way, again, I will still lose the stream. The stream will still go down if my power goes out, but I won't lose, like, my files won't get possibly corrupted, my PC won't shut down and possibly break things on the inside. Animon, we're just talking about how I have a huge thunderstorm coming through, and we're probably gonna have to... There's a poll actually up in the stream right now. We're probably gonna have to cut it short and bring it back to tomorrow. I'm chucking up the technical difficulties, though. I don't want to fail a challenge. I don't want to say that it's because, you know what I mean? Continue tomorrow? Okay. Technical difficulties, people. Technical difficulties. It's not a fail. I refuse for it to be a fail. If you want incentives... Oh, you're looking for the ISO. I see what you mean. That should have worked. I wonder if did my bot couldn't have turned off, though. Oh, did I lose my... No, it's right here. It's turned on and everything. That's weird. Did my bot go down? Oh, my bot did go down. It says, due to unstable connection, it disconnected the bot. So even the bot is saying, hey, we gotta go. Why you get... Oh, yeah, everything is saved. Don't worry, everything is currently saved. There. I closed the file. I saved it and I closed the file so that way everything is saved, and even if there's a power outage, it's all good. I should probably do a backup of it too. It's not super, we worked on it for a few hours, so. But, okay, gang. I am so sorry. Everything will be left. Well, okay, everything that's already on the stream is going to be left for the next 3 days. That was going to happen regardless of the animation challenge. I still want to mega apologize that I wasn't able to do it today because of the storms. I know it's not something I can control, but it is something I'm allowed to say I'm sorry for, even if it's not my fault, just because I like saying the word sorry. It makes me feel better, and I think that's okay. But don't go anywhere, because I do want to show support to someone who's doing the VTuber SummerSlam as well. Let's go find someone who's doing the VTuber SummerSlam, and hopefully can keep it up longer than me because of the freaking storms. Let's find someone. New outfit? It's, kind of. It's not really. But it's one you guys haven't seen in a long time, in the very least. Let's go share love with someone who is also doing the VTuber SummerSlam. Let's see. Sorry for liking to say, I like saying sorry. Not when it's in like a, oh my god, I'm so sorry I did this kind of thing, but like, I like to say sorry, just, I don't know, for little things, for very little things. Things that really don't matter, because honestly, sometimes it's the little things that build up that causes big issues, right? So sometimes it's better just to say sorry, even if it's not your fault, even if it's like nothing that you particularly did, for a small thing. Not if it's a big thing. If it's something you did not do wrong and it's a big thing, you do not apologize for that because it's not your fault, for a big thing. But if it's something like you accidentally, or let's say something dropped on someone and it wasn't even you, and I don't know, and you know, they get mad at you or something. They're like, what? Don't step on my feet. I don't know. You could just be like, oh, I am sorry. Like, my apologies. Even though you didn't. It's such a little thing. Unless they're one of those people that really love their shoes, which there are people like that. Unless it's someone like that, there's like no reason to hold an ego and be like, oh, I didn't step on your feet, something fell on it, yeah. Like, and don't get me wrong, I understand that it kind of sucks, because it's like, I didn't do anything, I shouldn't have to apologize, and technically you shouldn't have to. But if it just makes life easier, like it lets things go easier, and you know, for the little things again, then I think it's okay to say sorry. But not for big things. Like if someone's accusing you of like, stealing. Like if someone's like, you stole my car, you don't say, oh, sorry, my bad, bro, sorry. Like, no, because if you didn't do it, then you didn't do it, and you know, that's a big thing. But, all right. It starts with sorry. One simple sorry. Spoken straight from the core. Okay, there's another 3D VTuber who's doing VTuber SummerSlam. She's doing art as well. She's just starting her stream. Can we go say hi to her? I do not know them. I only know them because they're a part of VTuber SummerSlam. I don't actually know them. But do you guys mind if we go say hi? They're also 3D like me. They look like they're having a lot of fun. They got a lot of Pokemon on their screen, so they're a big Pokemon lover. And they're just starting their art stream, so I think we're gonna go say hi to them. Again, I'm gonna say it. They're not followers only, cause yeah. I know it's not my fault. I'm not saying sorry because I think it's my fault. I'm just saying sorry because, you know, it just sucks. I'm saying sorry to myself too, because it sucks. That I can't control this, but this is what we gotta do. I appreciate you guys for understanding, though. I appreciate you guys for understanding and being willing to push it to tomorrow, so to save my PC. I think what I'm gonna do is as soon as I stream, I'm going to actually turn off my PC and I'll leave it off, and either I'm done for the night and I'm just gonna chill, maybe I'll work out after stream, or way later, if I'm still up and I still feel like working, then I'll turn my PC back on after the storms. But for right now, unfortunately, my bot is down. Here, can I at least turn my bot back on so that I can do some of these commands? I could stream on Discord later. If I do come back, I could stream on Discord later. Is that what you're saying, Maestro? He said yeah. So maybe, if I do stream on Discord later, I'll put it in the Discord. So please join our Discord. There's our Discord. If I do decide to stream later, I'm gonna get you guys the raid command. It's still coming. My bot's still turning on. So give it a second, but I'll give you guys the raid command, even if I disappear in particular. Let's see, raid. Isaac, thank you. Look, Isaac's so good. Look at that. Memorized our everything. Oh, the clubhouse. Oh, true here. I mean, it's good enough, honestly. It doesn't really, it's the same thing. But I'll see you guys again tomorrow. We will finish this. No storms, hopefully. Thank you again.